Well, it is wet outside, but it is dry inside. The roof is closed as we have afternoon baseball from Minute Maid Park here in Houston. It's game 2 of the 3-game series, and it's the Oakland A's and the Houston Astros, and you'll see it right here on CSN California. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Oakland A's baseball. Along with Mark Mulder, I'm Glenn Kuiper. So Kendall Graveman will take the mound today. Graveman, going into his start on Monday, had lost 6 consecutive starts, but when he took them on, he pitched well against the Twins, Mark, and he got himself a W.
He did it. He was outstanding, and Bob Melvin needs more of that tonight, especially after the bullpen got beat down a little bit last night. You want to see a little more consistency out of him, and one thing to look for, the sinker and his little cutter combo. If he's getting ahead with the stuff that he has, he can dominate a ball game, but he's got to pitch ahead in the count. He's got to get strike one with as hot as these Astro bats are right now.
Now, speaking of those Astros bats, 12 runs and 16 hits last night. They were led by Evan Gattis, who had 4 hits and 4 RBIs. Mark, he's an RBI guy. He's not afraid to hit the ball the other way, but if you make a mistake, he'll hit one out.
And we saw some of the mistakes last night. He pulled most of the balls. He had one little flare ground ball to the other way with a hole, but you got to move his feet today. The whole Astro lineup looked way too comfortable in that batter's box last night. You got to move him, get him a little uncomfortable, and as I said, get strike one.
So the hitters are rolling for the Astros, and as far as pitching, they will send the right-hander Colin McHugh to the mound. He was a 19-game winner last year for Houston. Now, when we come back, we'll check in with the A's pregame live studios, and then back to Houston for first pitch. It's the A's and the Astros. Stick around.
A's Baseball on CSN California is brought to you by Jack in the Box. It's back. The Portobello Mushroom Buttery Jack. Taste it before it's gone at Jack in the Box. And by Toyota, the full-line automaker with the longest-lasting vehicles in America. Toyota, let's go places.
That's great to hear A's fans here in Houston as they're rooting for their team. We like that. Minute Maid Park on an afternoon here in Houston as the Astros wear the all-white uniforms today. They taking the field behind their starting pitcher, the right-hander Collin McHugh. Let's check out the game time weather. It's brought to you by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. The admission-free boardwalk is now open daily. It's 77 degrees outside and kind of raining and really rain all around the Houston area, but we are indoors and lots of humidity as always here in Texas. So a pretty nice crowd gathering. It is a bobblehead giveaway. It's the Colby Rasmus postseason celebration bobblehead giveaway. Does that make any sense? When you see the bobblehead, you'll understand.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
We'll show that to you as the ball game goes on. Here's the lineup today for the Athletics. It starts with Billy Burns in center. Jed Lowry's at second. Stephen Vogt is the DH today. And then Valencia at third. Davis in left. Alonso at first. Simeon at short. Coghlan is in right. Fegley will do the catching.
And Collin McHugh taking the mound for the Astros, coming off of his first career complete game in his last start against the Diamondbacks on Monday. So A's fans, you're going to see, and the early A's hitters, going to see very few fastballs, a lot of cut fastballs, overhand curveballs, and they'll mix in a changeup from time to time.
So playing behind McHugh is what the Astros defense looks like. It's a good outfield of Rasmus, Marisnick, and Springer. Infield, Valbuena, Correa, Altuve, and Marwin Gonzalez. Gonzalez starts at first. Jason Castro, who's been out of the lineup for a while, he's been sick with the flu, but he's feeling better, and he is back in there today. So we're set for baseball as Billy Burns steps in. A.J. Hinch and the Astros took it to the A's last night, a 12-2 final. But it's a new day, and the A's will try to even up this series with a win. First pitch of the ball game, and it's hit on the ground, dropped by Altuve, then he picks it up, throws quickly to first, and they just get Billy Burns. And that's how we get things going here in Houston.
And Burns swinging first pitch. He barrels this up, and you see Altuve doing it the right way. It's hit so hard, he has plenty of time. Just get in front of it, knock it down, which he did. It stayed right in front of him, and he made a good, strong, quick throw to first base.
Nothing like the in-between hop on the first pitch of the game. So here's Jed Lowry. McHugh pumps a fastball in there for a strike. Lowry had 311. He's got 18 RBIs, and he was 1 for 5 last night. Been swinging the bat well since coming back from the disabled list.
There's that cut fastball we're going to see a lot from McHugh. Talking to some of the Astros people, they said 2 years ago he was 93, 94 with his fastball and has just gotten away from it. Hasn't been able to command it. A lot more cutters, 88, 89, and he'll throw it at any time. More comfortable with that cutter than he is with the fastball.
92 on the fastball. So the percentage of cut fastballs is the same as the regular fastball, 32%. Third highest in the majors with that cutter. So, and that curve, big overhand curve. So the count remains 0-2. The umpires for today, that's Mark Wegner calling balls and strikes. Ryan Blakeney, Marty Foster, and Mike Winters is the crew chief. So Mike Winters behind the plate last night. The rotation, he slides over to third base, and see if he and Danny Valencia can get along a little bit better today, because they're going to be right next to each other. I would guess that guys put that away when the game's over. A's will put the final score away quickly from last night's game as well.
Well, and that's what I was going to say. You almost have to have that closer mentality of, hey, it's over with. It's short memory. Forget about it. Move on.
There's that curve from McHugh. A's are 25-30. Remember, they had a 5-game winning streak before the loss last night. They're 12-14 on the road. And this is game 2 of this 8-game road trip. Next stop, Milwaukee. After that, Cincinnati. 1-2 pitch. This one could be playable. Down the left field line, Rasmus near the seats. Fair territory. He's got it. So 2 away. So some more goodies on Collin McHugh. Last year he was a 19-game winner. Over 200 innings pitched. He really had a very fine season. This year, not quite the numbers. He's 5-4 with a 4.82 ERA.
Well, and he was someone last year, got a ton of run support.
Yep.
Pitched very well, don't get me wrong, but got a ton of run support. He would even admit that in 2014 he pitched better than he did in 15.
In 2014, he was 11-9. But then last year, a 19-game winner. Only Dallas Keuchel had more wins in the American League. Of course, Keuchel was a 20-game winner, but he's getting better. Struggled early, but he's been good in his last 5 starts, and he's pitched pretty well against the Athletics. That one tapped right back to McHugh, and he will have a 3-up, 2-down first inning. Bottom of the first coming up as Kendall Graveman set to take the mound. No score. Starting lineup for the Houston Astros. George Springer, Jose Altuve, Carlos Correa. 3 very good hitters at the top of the lineup. And Rasmus, Gaddis, Valbuena, Gonzalez, Castro, and Marisnick.
Kendall Graveman also coming off a fine previous start. ERA, you see it, the record in ERA don't look good, but that doesn't tell you everything. The stuff is there. You'd love to see him come out tonight and attack these Astro hitters.
And you mentioned in our pregame show, Mark, about the importance of Graveman getting ahead of the hitters. And that's important for any guy. Is it more important for somebody like Graveman? Springer lines one back up the middle for a base hit.
Well, you see he fell behind there, and as hot as this Astros team and George Springer is since moving to the #1 spot in this order, you see just how free and easy that swing is. I mean, a lot of these Astro hitters trying to do damage, and when you're ahead in the count, you can then do different things, throw different pitches, locate them different. But, you know, that's a situation where you want to throw strike 1. You 1-0, and you want to throw the first pitch over the game, but these guys are free swingers. They're coming up ready to go.
So Springer with the hit. He extends his hitting streak to 8 games. And Altuve steps in with a 9-game hitting streak. These two have been something the last 2 weeks or so. They've been leading the charge because the Astros are playing much better lately.
Well, I think that's what happens when you get these two guys on base. They're guys that can steal bases. They cause havoc, and it takes the attention of the pitcher. You got to pay attention to them a little bit on the bases, which then takes away sometimes from you making pitches because your attention is on them a little more.
Altuve 4th in the league in hitting at .330. It's all over the leaderboards in the American League. Altuve is 4th in the league in runs scored. He's 2nd in the league in hits. He's 3rd in the league in doubles. He's 1st in the league in stolen bases and 3rd in the league in on-base percentage. How about that?
So is there anything he doesn't do?
Oh, and he's got 9 home runs. Looking at Altuve's numbers, he's always been a guy who obviously a free swinger. He's not really going to walk a lot, but this year he has walked a lot. He's got 28 walks, more walks than strikeouts.
I think you hear a lot with young guys. That's kind of the last thing to come, is that eye and that patience. And you can be a free swinger.
Springer was on the move. Take a quick look at the A's defense behind Kendall Graveman today. It's Davis, Burns, and Coghlan in the outfield. Valencia, Simeon, Lowry, and Alonso on the infield, with Fegley getting a start today. So 1-2 to Jose Altuve, with Carlos Correa in the on-deck circle. Springer not running, and the pitch is outside. The Astros as a team lead the American League in stolen bases. They have 47. Springer inches off. And the sinker just missed, but a pretty good pitch by Graveman. If he stays in that area, he'll be okay.
Yeah, the ball down in the zone. Get more ground balls. With Graveman, sometimes that sinker cutter can get a little flat. You get that downward angle, it's tough to get the ball in the air.
Springer runs, and the ball's tapped toward Lowry right near the bag. He flips to Simeon out there, and that's a double play. So 4-6-3 on the double play. It was busy around second base.
Well, with Springer running, you can see Lowry is shading that way, and he knows he has time. Makes a good flip, and then from there, it's no problem getting Altuve at first base. But part of you just has to wonder just how quick Lowry took his time. Sometimes you can try to be a little too quick with the runner going, but you can see a good toss, and Simeon hits that bag with his right foot coming across.
So with 2 outs, here's Correa. Simeon has it. Side retired. So the double play helps Kendall Graveman, and we are scoreless after 1 here in Houston. Score between the A's and the Astros. And taking a good look at this play, watch how close it is, and Semien just catches the back of the bag, and then he's able to get out of the way. It was a very close play, but he was out.
Well, and you can see, like in past years, that's where Springer might be sliding 4 feet to the right to try to upend Semien.
Yeah, and Semien probably, he would have really went with the neighborhood play because Springer was right on top of him. But he was still able to get himself out of the way. Valencia, Davis, and Alonso here in the second inning against Collin McHugh. That's that big curveball from McHugh. Valencia at .341 with 8 home runs and 21 runs batted in. He was 0 for 2 last night. He was hit by a pitch. He's had 2 runs on 9 hits last night. They had 4 doubles and a home run. It's a good fastball there. It was 90 miles an hour, but just a little up.
Well, you can see McHugh just elevating this fastball. Boy, that's one Valencia sure would like to have back.
So full count.
And even though McHugh only throws 90, 92 maybe with that fastball, he can elevate because of that slow breaking ball. Change the hitter eye level.
That one should reach the seats, and it will. McHugh had a couple of ground ball outs in the first inning. And he misses outside, and it's a leadoff walk.
Follow Athletics Baseball live with the MLB.com at-bat app. Stay up to the moment, any moment with Game Day. Live game, video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com at-bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and tablet.
That's the famous funnel cake. Doesn't look too bad.
When I was a kid, that would have looked really good.
Yeah, not so much.
Now, I think I'm past that.
Is it bad that I'm a full-fledged adult and it looks so good to me? Of course, I break out in a sweat when I see a pepperoni pizza, so I guess I haven't quite got to that food adulthood thing yet.
Yeah.
Want to know the count to Davis, and he hits that one into left field, and that's a base hit. So a Valencia walk, a Davis single, and the A's have something going here in the second inning.
McHugh goes back to that cutter and just doesn't get it down where Castro wants it, just up over the middle of the plate. And Davis, who's looking to pull the ball, just kind of hit it right where Correa wasn't, right in the hole.
And if that pitch is 6 inches down, it's a ground ball right to the shortstop.
It's right off the end of the bat, and it's either rolled over to third base or it's a 2-hopper right to the shortstop. That's exactly right.
So here's Alonso. He'd love to jump on top after what happened last night. First pitch is in for a strike. Alonso was 1 for 4. He doubled last night. Still have not seen a good hot stretch from Yonder Alonso. And there's a strike again, 1-2. So a couple of off-speed pitches for a strike.
McHugh going to back-to-back breaking balls, and you can see where that's caught. That looks down, but that's crossing the bottom of that strike zone. Those are 2 just outstanding curveballs, because that's one with first and second, nobody out. That's not what Alonso wants to swing at to begin with. That's not what you want to hit right there.
Fastball away. Last night, the A's were 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position. Jesse Hahn trying to move past what happened last night. Another curveball. This time Alonso lays off. It's in the dirt. This could get out of that first inning.
Yeah, he didn't have very good command, and then when he did make a decent pitch, there was a couple broken bat hits, a couple balls in a hole, but that's what happens when you're not commanding.
Infield shifted to pull for Alonso. Outfield shifted the other way. And he shoots it into left field, and that's a base hit. Valencia will be held at third. Rasmus throws it all the way through on one hop, and the bases are loaded. Nobody out. So against the shift.
After trying to throw a couple breaking balls, you see him try to backdoor another cutter right there, and it just didn't do anything. And another example of another pitch up in the zone.
It into left field, and that's a base hit.
If that ball's down, third baseman would be able to possibly get the ground ball, but it was up enough, and Alonso shooting it the other way.
So here's Simeon. Simeon chased a pitch outside, and it's 0-1. A home run last night for Simeon. He's 11th of the year. Hits allowed. McHugh 5th in the league. Keuchel 1st. McHugh 78 hits now allowed in 62 innings, so that is a lot. Another breaking ball, 2-1. Here's the home run by Simeon in last night's game off Tony Sipp, the left-hander.
Well, what a good swing it was. A kind of a slider, cutter up and in. Just pulled his hands in and hit that out to left. It's a short porch, but he hit that one pretty good.
And now 2-2.
Well, there's another cutter up in the zone. Almost one that's like a cement mix slider, that the backup slider. It's the best pitch in baseball. I hate to say it because guys see heater, and it just kind of backs up on you because you're trying to adjust to the breaking ball.
2-2 pitch, reach for, hit foul, upper deck. So Valencia started it with a walk. Davis singled, Alonso singled. On deck is Chris Coghlan. Two pitch is popped up foul again. Another fastball, 89 miles an hour. You do get the feeling he's going to throw that curve one more time. Maybe not.
I was kind of expecting it right there, and he went back to that cutter again.
He likes throwing that curveball too.
Exactly. He's basically, you know, I know it said the percentages for fastball and cutters were the same, but the Houston people said it's closer to 40%. So, you know, sometimes when those cutters back up, they can possibly mark him down as fastballs, but he's living on that cutter right now.
And there was the breaking ball, and Simeon strikes out. So he threw it hard, and he threw it out of the strike zone.
Well, in a big situation, you knew he was going to go to it here sooner or later, and it kind of comes right out of the same spot as those last few cutters. but about 72 miles an hour, a lot slower, a lot more break, and you can see Semien just way out in front. You can see the spin on that going straight down, and Semien not able to stay back.
So 1 out. Here's Coghlan. A great time for a struggling Chris Coghlan to get a big hit for the A's. He was 0 for 4 with a couple of strikeouts last night. He's 3 for his last 35. Starting in right field again today. It's his 8th start in right field this year. The ball is rolled up the line foul, and when you're struggling, I would imagine you always feel like it's 0-2, and a lot of times it is 0-2.
Well, and if you take those, that's 2-0. So you're trying to get out of that slump, and you tend to swing at balls when that's happening, and that's kind of the result.
Castro sets up outside, and McHugh hit the target just a little bit off the plate, not much.
Well, here he does go with the 4-seam fastball. Tries to paint it away. Just a little too far off the plate.
That one's hit hard, right field, a base hit. 1 run scores. Davis will make it 2 runs. Coghlan heading for second. He's got a double, and the A's have a 2-0 lead. So a big hit for Chris Coghlan, and he needed that.
Well, what a favor McHugh does for Coghlan by throwing him a breaking ball for a strike. You got him to chase a few. You tried to run a fastball away, and now you leave a hanger over the middle, and Coghlan, who, like you said, is struggling, that's what he wants. You get that hanger, especially a big situation like that, and what a big hit for the A's here early in this game.
Hustled into second with that double. Coghlan gets his 13th and 14th RBIs. Here's Phegley. Field halfway. Phegley hitting .289 with 3 RBIs. 13 hits and 45 at bats. Phegley's got 3 doubles on the year. Swing and a miss. Alonso at third. Coghlan at second.
And this is where McHugh's curveball is effective. The one that's just down in the zone. It looks so good coming in. It's in the strike zone the whole time until the very end, and it's tough to stay back.
Good arms in the outfield for the Astros. And that one's hit high and foul. Again headed for the upper deck. And 29 pitches already in this inning. After a 10-pitch first inning. Pitch, shallow center. We may have a play. Alonso tagging. Marisnick has it, and Alonso's going to try. The throw to the plate is just a little bit late. It's a sacrifice fly, and the A's lead 3-0.
And Phegley gets another hanging breaking ball. Does a nice job. You just got to find a way to get it to the outfield. Get the guy in from third. That's your job right there. And to be honest, Marisnick does not do a very good job of really getting behind that ball. Kind of standing, just kind of took a half a step before he caught that baseball and didn't really get a whole lot on that throw.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. And he had plenty of time to
Absolutely.
really set up and get a little running start even.
Some of the better outfielders that throw a lot of guys out, you'd see them take 3-4 steps. They get 3-4 steps. Just look at it. He's standing there flat-footed. Now he just kind of takes one little crow hop and throw. And there's just not much on that throw. A lot of guys, you know, the 3-4 steps, you really almost get a running start to make that catch. He had all the time in the world to do that.
So Phegley gets his 4th RBI, and here's Burns, and Burns hits it toward first. Tough hop for Gonzalez. He stays with it, steps on the bag, and that will do it for the A's. But they score 3 runs on 3 hits, also a walk and a sacrifice fly. California is brought to you by AAA. What does your insurance do when it's not doing insurance? Well, it should do more. Go to AAA.com for more details. That's the giveaway today, the Colby Rasmus postseason celebration locker room style giveaway. Astros last year were the 2nd wild card team. So they had to go to New York for the wild card game, and they beat the Yankees 3-0. And then they lost the division series to the Royals. So they had a celebration when they got into the playoffs, and then they had a celebration after the wild card win. So that was Colby Rasmus and the celebration.
And they were really the only ones who pushed the Royals to the limit like that.
That's exactly right.
The Royals kind of walked through the rest of it.
They had a chance to, a very good chance. In fact, maybe they should have beat the Royals in that division series. Easy to stay with the Royals. They just keep coming at you. Remember in that series last year against the Royals, the Astros had a 2-1 lead, and in Game 4 they had a fairly significant lead right here in this ballpark. That one is drilled toward the gap. Davis hustles over to cut it off, but not before Rasmus has a leadoff double here in the 2nd inning. So in that Game 4 with the Astros leading, the Royals started coming back late in that game, but they had a chance to turn a inning-ending double play, and this is what happened right there.
Well, and that ball had some overspin because of the way it hit the mound, hit off the mound. It was not an easy play, but I'd be willing to bet that That's a play Correa makes the majority of the time, but those were also some of the, that's how things went for the Royals, to be honest.
And that's the way it usually goes when you win the World Series. You've got your break or two, but that would have been an inning double play. It would have stopped the rally. It would have held the lead for the Astros. It was not the 9th inning. I believe it was the 7th or 8th inning. But again, they were leading in that series 2-1, but the Royals came back. They won game 4, and then they went to Kansas City, and they beat the Astros in Kansas City, and they moved on. So it's amazing how it almost, you don't want to say just one play, but how something like that just changes everything, and the Royals go on to win the World Series.
Good teams create those opportunities.
Yeah, they were rallying,
but still.
big time. So 1-2 the count to Gaddis with Rasmus at second base. Gaddis last night, 4 hits and 4 RBIs. He is DHing after catching for 4 consecutive games. Castro is not feeling well, but Castro in there today. Gaddis with a long home run last night.
He got a hanging slider from Triggs, and you can see he was just all over that. And I said last night, it was almost as if he was sitting on a breaking ball during that at bat. Hitters will do that from time to time when that was a pitch Triggs was throwing for a strike, so he took his chances and got one.
Two pitches belted to left, and the Astros are on the board. It's a 3-2 game. So Gaddis a tough out right now. It looked like that pitch was down, and he went down to get it.
Yeah, we saw this last night. A pitch down and in. He got to a sinker for a base hit last night. Graveman, Gaddis swung out and missed the sinker in. 2 pitches earlier in this at bat, but that was a repeat pitch, and Gaddis was ready for it and just dropped the barrel right on it.
Here's Valbuena, so home run number 8 for Gaddis. He's got 22 RBIs now. 8th career home run against the A's in only 25 games. And there's a base hit to left field. Valbuena goes the other way. So double homer single to open up the Astros half of the 2nd inning.
Well, and I mentioned when Graveman got one underneath Gaddis's hands. This was earlier in the at-bat. You see he goes sinker in, and Gaddis, who likes that down and in pitch, got beat to the spot, but he was ready for the next one.
So you think he's got to be looking down, right, to hit a pitch like that?
Absolutely. But Graveman hasn't really commanded anything to the glove side of the plate, and what I mean by that is away to righties and into lefties. So guys can start to look to that side of the plate. When you continue to throw strikes on that inner half to righties, you're aware of that. You're aware that he hasn't thrown you a strike away. So when that happens, it makes it easier to get to that pitch down and in. Because that's not a pitch many hitters are going to get to.
Exactly. It almost looked like it may have been a ball even.
Yes.
When Gonzalez bunts it, and he bunts it foul, and he's a little frustrated with himself. Valencia is playing back just a little bit. If Gonzalez gets it down at all, he probably has a base hit.
Well, and as I said to that point about commanding it to the glove side, and then we see Valbuena come up, and what does he do? He just flares a base hit the other way, looking away, trying to just drive something to the opposite field.
Marwin Gonzalez came in the game last night. Gave Altuve some innings off. Starting today at first base. Swing and a miss.
Warren Graveman going with the changeup. You can see Gonzalez out in front, not taking the approach of trying to look to drive it the other way. Out in front and swinging over the top of it. So there's a big pitch. That cutter inside. That's too far in to get any sort of reaction out of the hitter. If he starts commanding that on the inner corner, that's when it starts making them recognize that pitch.
And that one was close. 2-2. A straight up defense from Marwin Gonzalez. Jason Castro, the left-handed hitter, will be next. Valbuena does not have a real big lead at first. And the 3-2 pitch is high. So Graveman was ahead in the count and he lost it. So this is something else we talked about during our pregame show is young pitchers, when the inning starts to veer off course a little bit, how do you get the inning back, slow it down? Because what we've seen, we saw it last night, and we've seen it with Graveman, where the ball starts rolling and they can't stop it, and you don't want that to happen in this inning.
Yeah, and I think lots of times everybody, it doesn't always work for everybody, but I know just for me personally, when things started moving quick, it's then time to simplify things. Quit trying to be perfect, quit trying to make that perfect pitch on the black, split the plate in half, pick the inner half and outer half. That's a great start right there. That's the pitch that you got to put that in that hitter's head, that you can throw a strike on the inner half right there. Now that opens up that changeup away, that breaking ball, a cutter down and in on that same line, or the same point on the inner half.
And a good pitch there, 0-2.
And there's that breaking ball away. Castro was aware of that fastball in. You saw his reaction. Now you backdoor that breaking ball. And you can see Castro how early he gave up on that pitch.
Tough to see a better 1-2 combination right there. Fastball in for a strike, curveball on the outside corner for a strike.
Now you want to expand.
A good 0-2 pitch. So Graveman done a good job with Castro so far, but at some point you got to get the out. Marisnick, a right-handed hitter, will be next.
Now here's a great situation to go back in with that same sinker that he threw 0-0.
And he did, and he got it in there, and it's bounced foul.
And that was the cutter in, but it's inside, and it was located perfectly. There's nothing that Castro could do to keep that ball fair. It's in enough. It probably would have been a strike, but all Castro can really do is pull that foul.
That one tapped to Alonso, who will take a quick peek at second, but he'll get the out at first. So Graveman does a good job. He ends up getting Castro. Castro just did not hit it hard enough.
That was a great sequence by Graven. That's what you call pitching. The way he worked that ball in and out, up and down. And you saw the weak contact going to that changeup to get that ground ball.
So now Marisnick will hit. The middle infielders are back. The corner infielders are in. With Valbuena at third and Gonzalez at second. First pitch is a strike. Marisnick's been a hot hitter. He's getting a chance to play quite a bit lately. 2 for 5 last night. Scored a couple of runs, knocked in a run, had a stolen base. So he is basically playing center field, and Carlos Gomez is not. Stick 192 is his average. Takes low. So now he's ahead in the count, 2-1. Well, the Astros last night, they were 9 for 17 with runners in scoring position. There's a shot to right. Coghlan dives and Coghlan caught it. Valbuena tags up. He will score. Terrific play by Chris Coghlan. Because if he doesn't catch it, it's going to get ugly here.
Yeah, once he decides to lay out on this, I didn't think the ball was hit that hard. I thought Marisnick got it off the end of the bat a little bit, but this ball was smoked, and Coghlan gets a good read on it, makes the dive, but you're right, if he misses that and it gets past him, it's all the way to the wall. So that's making up, you know, last night he had that tough play out by the wall that he dropped. That's a great catch right there.
It does tie up the game at 3. So Marisnick gets his 6th RBI on the sacrifice fly. Gonzalez stayed at second, and here's George Springer. Springer right field. Coghlan over, and Coghlan has it. Side retired. So the Astros answer back. They score 3 times. So after 2, it's a 3-3 game. A's Baseball on CSN California is brought to you locally by Energy Upgrade California. Energy tips, rebates, and financing options are available at energyupgradeca.org. 3-3 game. It's the third inning here at Minute Maid Park in Houston. So Colin McHugh, he's happy. Back in the game. Shutdown inning. McHugh has not been great this year. Let's see what the A's do. Lowry leading it off, followed by Vogt and Valencia. Lowry hit a fly ball to left field in the first. Swing.
You're going to see the A's get one of those pitches here. He's thrown already too many of those spinning cutters just over the middle of the plate, and they've swung and missed at a few of them. Somebody's going to get one.
And a curve is a strike. A little delaying call by Mark Wegner.
Well, just a spinning, breaking ball up in the zone, and Lowry just gave up on it. It's up.
I like that. The manager sticking up for his hitter. He's got a view of certainly the height of the pitch. So the count remains 2-2. Kind of a mini shift on for Lowry. Correa, the shortstop, is to his left. Rasmus again, and that's about the same spot as Lowry's fly ball in the first inning. Hey, make sure you join us tomorrow. The A's will wrap up this 3-game set in Houston, and the big news is, look who's pitching for the A's. It's Sonny Gray. That's right. Our coverage starts at 10:30 with A's pregame live, and then first pitch scheduled for a little bit after 11. The home of A's baseball is CSN, but we wanted to get you that information because that is big news. Remember, Sonny Gray was scheduled to make a rehab start on Sunday, and then everything okay. He would probably pitch next weekend in Cincinnati, but because Rich Hill is still not available, the A's needed a starter. So they said, listen, let's get 5 or 6 innings from Sonny Gray at the big league level as opposed to his rehab start. So Sonny Gray is on his way to Houston, and he will pitch tomorrow. Little flare, shallow right center, and that's another hit. Stephen Vogt, a couple of hits last night.
Well, I think it'd be different if Sonny Gray had been out for a month or two.
Yeah.
But you see McHugh back to that cutter. Another one up over the middle of the plate. Just kind of jams Vogt. He muscles it out there. Right where it needed to be, right in the triangle in front of this, behind the second baseman and right in front of the outfielders.
So here's Valencia. First pitch. There's that cutter outside. So that's the update on Sonny Gray. So we'll look forward to seeing him pitch tomorrow. Rich Hill just not quite ready to go yet. It could be with an off day on Monday and an off day on Thursday. And Rich Hill may not pitch till next weekend in Cincinnati. Sean Manaea and Jesse Hahn lined up for the 2-game series in Milwaukee. So it may be a good time, certainly is a good time in Rich Hill's case, that the A's actually have 2 off days next week.
Yeah, it could be just perfect timing to where you don't have to DL them and you wouldn't need them.
So 1-2 the count to Valencia, who walked and scored in the second inning.
Well, I feel like I've said it 20 times, but that's another little cutter. But that was a better one. That's the one that doesn't have a whole lot of movement, but just enough to be out in front of it.
And that one kicks away from Castro, and Vogt will go to second. Well, Castro did everything, and he's a good defensive catcher, good ball blocker, but sometimes there's just not a whole lot you can do.
On this breaking ball, you just kind of yank it. You can see it goes right off the heel of the glove and ricochets away. That's always the tough one. The catcher's trying to smother it, play it off the chest protector. But when it catches your wrist or the heel of the glove, it can bounce anywhere.
To pitch a curve that just missed inside. McHugh thought it was a strike. Valencia said, nah, it's inside.
Well, you can see Castro, the way he receives it. Just started that inside. From the pitcher's point of view, it looks a lot better than it really is, just because you're falling off to the left.
3-2 pitch got him. There's that cut fastball at 86 miles an hour.
Yeah, he takes just enough off this cutter. He threw two good ones to Valencia, but when the fastball's 90, 92, and then you can throw a cutter 86 to 88, this one 86 miles an hour, he just has Valencia out in front. And there's just not a whole lot of movement, but just enough that you're right over the top.
So now it's up to Chris Davis. There's the breakdown. Curveball, cut fastball, and regular fastball, just 12 of them. Right? And Mark, you said it's like maybe the Astros would like to see him throw more fastballs, but that's not the case today. A lot of curveball. Wow.
Yeah, he has a really good curveball in this game, as we just saw that first one to Davis. Davis, I think, was looking for something a little different, but you know, to be honest, I don't think the curveball is really something the A's hitters want to hit today. He has a good one. You know, until you get to 2 strikes, then you can try to protect, but the way he's locating it down, you can't really do a whole lot with it when it's down. This inning by far has been the best cutter we've seen. He's thrown a lot of backup ones, but in this inning alone, he's located that outer corner to the right-handed hitters very well. That one again to Davis, just right off the cap, right off the end of the bat.
Nolan Ryan sitting right behind home plate. In fact, if Colin McHugh, he could see him when he gets his sign. So there's the cutter again. That was a good pitch on 0-2. Just kind of a teaser off the plate. But what if you were like pitching and you were struggling a bit and you saw Nolan Ryan just shaking his head? I mean, that would be a wall.
Having him sitting there judging you. Just knowing that he's judging every pitch you're throwing. Saying, come on, kid, elevate a fastball.
And he went with a fastball 91 miles an hour, and McHugh gets back-to-back strikeouts with the runner at second base. So bottom of the third coming up. We're tied at 3. Backs are brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Hits leaders at Minute Maid Park. Berkman, Biggio, Lee, Altuve, and Jeff Bagwell. Someday Altuve will probably be at the top of that list. If sticks around here in Houston. He has an interesting contract situation. Semien juggles and then throws, and they got him at first on a close play. Very close. Astros are going to make the call downstairs, I'm sure. Altuve walking back to the dugout. There's a little juggle right there.
Yeah, he just couldn't. You could see it come up on the heel of his glove. He just couldn't quite get it out. But they got him, though.
Doesn't look like there will be any challenge. So that's out number one here in the bottom of the third. Semien got that ball up around the heel of his glove and kind of had a almost looked like he had to go in there twice and get a better grip.
But once he got it, that's where having a good arm can make up for it.
One out for Carlos Correa. Correa, the American League Rookie of the Year last year. No surprise there. And he did that. He won the award and played in only 99 games. But it was a good 99. He hit .279 with 22 home runs and 68 RBIs and 22 doubles. All again in 99 games. Once he got called up, you could see something was special. So he's played in 154 career games. He's got 30 home runs.
He's what, 21, I believe?
21, yeah.
I was fortunate enough to be at the dinner in New York when he got his award. What a great kid.
Yeah, that's what we've all heard about him. Correa says I got hit. Mark Wegner says I agree. Still don't know what's going on. We have no call yet. I don't think Mark Wegner's really made a call. He may want to check with the umpires. I just don't think he's sure. And you know what?
Yeah.
If he's not sure, then he's doing the right thing. They want to look at it. Correa's going to walk down to first. Mark Wegner's just not 100% sure. So that's a good move by the home plate umpire.
But I guess part of what's the call though? You know, is he calling that it was a hit by pitch?
Yeah, he didn't really say. Maybe he didn't say anything. He just was showing it up on the. Yeah, it did hit him. Yeah. And we say that because we're looking up at the giant scoreboard here, and they showed it, and you could tell it just clipped his front leg. Watch the pant leg. You can see it move a little bit. Right there. Yep. See the pant leg just blouses out a little bit.
So right on the left thigh.
Yeah. So the hit by pitch puts Correa aboard, and if you're going to get hit by a pitch, that's probably the best way to do it. So that'll bring up Rasmus, who led off the second inning with a double. Left field, Davis to the wall, Crawford boxes, he leaps, and it's off the wall. Correa read it beautifully. He's going to race around third, and he's going to score. Terrific base running by Carlos Correa.
Yeah, when
that ball hit off the wall, Correa was between second and third.
Such a good job. He know this is his home park, so when you see the outfielder go back, you can get all the way to second. He didn't just slow down at second. You can see Rasmus comes out, swings at the first pitch. This ball hits about halfway up the boxes on the out-of-town scoreboard. And like you said, that ball, when it hit above when it hits above his glove, Davis's glove, I look down at second base, and Correa is in between second and third, and it was just a great read. And there he takes off, and it was easy to score from there because that ball caroms off the wall, and the A's couldn't get it in time.
So the Astros take the lead at 4-3. So an RBI double for Rasmus. And I think the reason we're pointing out the great base running is, it wasn't like it was completely no question Davis was not going to catch it. He missed it by maybe a foot.
Yeah.
That one's hit well to right field. Coghlan hustling back to his right. He's got it. He'll get it back in. Rasmus to third for the second out.
Well, Correa might have just taken the approach of, hey, if he makes that good of a catch, then I can turn around and try to get back. And, depending how Davis makes the catch, maybe he falls down after he catches it. It would still have taken a perfect throw to get Correa at first.
You just see a lot of guys on plays like that where they will maybe get close to second and then kind of wait to see what happens, whereas Correa went past second but was still eyeballing the ball the whole way. Here's Valbuena. Valbuena singled and scored in the second inning. And watch how close Davis is to catching this. We're talking maybe a foot and a half.
Yeah, it hit kind of right in between Minnesota and Kansas City. He didn't miss it by much.
Good sinker there for strike. 1-1 to count. Interesting shift is on, but Valencia has to play even with the bag just in case Valbuena would decide to bunt. If he's off playing the shortstop spot, Valbuena could get a bunt down and drive in a run. Valencia will now back up.
But even that, now that Valencia, as far as he is, Rasmus could, Rasmus can go another 10 feet down that line if he wanted to. Then a pass ball that maybe doesn't get away all that far makes it a lot easier to score.
Hey, we had a steal of home last night by Jay Upton, like a normal, regular Jackie Robinson, Rod Carew steal of home. He just took off.
Well, I never understood why a pitcher would go from the windup with a guy on third like that, because all you're doing is giving him that chance.
And it was a left-handed pitcher as well.
And your back's to him.
The Padres-Rockies game. 1-2 pitch, reached for, foul to the screen. So the Astros have taken the lead here in the third on the Rasmus RBI double. Valbuena way out in front and hooks it foul. The ball was well inside, but Valbuena was really able to get the bat head on it.
It was surprising he turned on it that much, as far in as that pitch was, but it's a great pitch inside when you get somebody to swing at something like that, because all they can do is pull that foul. And this is an important pitch, and that's why you see him going out to talk to him.
Cologne starts to warm up.
hasn't really thrown the same pitch a couple times in a row. It seems he's not real comfortable.
Good pitch there. He gets his first strikeout, and it's a big one. So a run for the Astros. We're headed to the fourth. It's now 4-3 Houston. T-Mobile. Just a few news and notes from around MLB. Yu Darvish last night, 5 2/3 innings, strikes out 5, and he wins his second straight start as the Rangers beat the Mariners. So Texas now in first place by 1 game over Seattle in the AL West. Corey Seager, a 3-homer game. The youngster for the Dodgers, he's going to be a star. Becomes the first rookie shortstop in Major League history to homer 3 times in a game. He did that against the Atlanta Braves. So Corey Seager, we see his brother Kyle all the time with the Mariners. He's a very good player. See if Corey is even better. Bunted. McHugh picks it up, fires to first, and they just skip Alonso. So not a bad idea by Alonso, but you just got to get it past the pitcher a little bit. So 1 out, but that was some of the news and notes from last night. But today, in fact, just moments ago, this became official. James Shields has been traded to the Chicago White Sox for Eric Johnson, the right-handed pitcher, and Fernando Tatis Jr., an infielder. I remember his dad is a big leaguer. So James Shields, and this trade has been on the rumor mill for a couple of years. Marisnick grabs the knuckleball. So I can't say that I'm really surprised by that trade.
Yeah, and the things that have been going on with the Padres, where one of their owners came out and basically trashed the team.
Yeah, that's not good.
And mentioned Shields by name. You know, it's one of those things where you figure this had to happen.
So Shields goes to the White Sox. Now, we don't know how much, but the Padres will have to pay some of Shields' contract. That is a guarantee. We just don't know how much yet. So Shields will make $21 million next year, and he will make $21 million in 2018. So he's in the second year of a 4-year deal. So that does not include the rest of this year's money. It's $42 million for the next 2 years. And now we're being told that the Padres are paying $30 million of that
to get rid of him.
Basically to get rid of him. That's right. But he was making $16 million this year, So we're a third of the way through the season, so you can kind of do the math of what was left to pay him, and then minus the $30 million that the Padres will send the White Sox.
And I think it's a great move for both teams, to be honest. White Sox need pitching. A change of scenery for him will probably do him good. Padres are kind of going in the opposite direction, so you get some prospects.
White Sox 29-26, a game and a half out. So they're right in the thick of the race. Right to Altuve, who has it, and McHugh has retired 5 in a row. Bottom of the fourth coming up. It's the Astros 4 and the Athletics 3. For the 4 to right choice last night, Tyler Edendorf did a nice job. Second position player this year to pitch for the Athletics. Gave up a hit, a walk. Did not give up any runs. He threw 16 pitches, and his stuff was decent. Remember, it was Josh Phegley who earlier this year pitched in a game. So position players to pitch in Oakland A's history. There's the list, and Mark Mulder, you were there when Frank Menechino took the mound at Coors Field.
I very well could have started that game, and I'm not kidding.
Well, we were going to look, and then we just decided, let's not.
Yeah. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that might have been my game. It was either me, I think Huddy. No, it wasn't Huddy, because I think Huddy got crushed, but then it got rained out, so none of it counted.
That's right, because you guys played a doubleheader.
Yes,
at Coors Field.
And I think I was one of those games, and I'm pretty sure I gave up like all singles. Believe it or not, I want to say I gave up 8 or 9 runs maybe, and gave up all singles. There might have been one double, but not even a home run.
Let me guess, every one of them fell in front of the outfield.
I would love to say that. That's what the story's become now.
It's all right.
All broken bats, found a hole.
We have confirmation from right field. Hit pretty well. Coughlin's back there, though, and Coughlin's going to have room. So, unfortunately, nowadays, internet, box scores, you can go back and, yes, Mark, you did start that game. Of all the great outings you had in your career, this was not one of them. It's hard to imagine Mark Mulder giving up that many runs, 10 in 4 innings. That just doesn't seem possible.
But I'm not kidding. They might have been all singles, and I know it. I'm sure we could look that up too.
So Frank Menechino, and I would imagine Frankie wasn't afraid to talk about his pitching performance.
Well, I think he did give up 4 runs, so
maybe not.
Yeah, I might have done a little better.
Well, you're not the only pitcher to take a beating at Coors Field. So the very fine security people here at Minute Maid Park have taken care of a bit of a strange situation. They're headed down the right field line, so we'll get back to baseball. So there are 2 outs. And Jake Marisnick's the hitter. So the outfield gates have been shut down the right field line. So a little buzz in the crowd, but that'll wear off.
Person might not be enjoying the next few hours.
It's not going to be a good afternoon for that person. So 1-0 to Marisnick, who had a sacrifice fly in the 2nd inning. It was a sacrifice fly. Coghlan made a terrific diving catch right to Valencia, and Graveman gets a very nice 3-up, 3-down inning, and he needed just 8 pitches to do it. 5th inning coming up. Astros 4, A's 3.
Your 2016 Esurance MLB All-Star Game ballot, green and gold at theathletics.com on your computer, tablet, or smartphone. Select A's like Danny Valencia, Chris Davis, and Josh Reddick. Vote up to 35 times. Vote today, vote tomorrow. Vote at athletics.com/vote.
So top of the 5th. We got a good little all-star Mark Mulder nugget, which we'll get to in a little bit. Put it this way. It has to do with Minute Maid Park, and it has to do with starting an all-star game when you're wearing an Oakland A's uniform. So that's it. I'm just teasing our audience and letting them figure out what we may be talking about. Fegley is retired. Right now, the A's have to try to do something against Colin McHugh, because what's happening is he's kind of falling into a nice little rhythm. He's retired 6 in a row. 9 out of 10. Altuve hustling back, and Altuve makes a nice catch. So 2 away here in the top of the 5th. Make sure you tune in to NBC Sports Network today as the Sharks and the Penguins play Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. Coverage begins at 3 p.m. with a 2-hour pregame show. Then Game 3 starts at 5, and then it's over. Tune in to CSN California after the game for Sharks Playoff Central. Don't miss a moment of the Sharks Stanley Cup journey. That's a big one today, folks, with the Sharks trailing 2-0. That's Bobby Dynamite, who is the gentleman who drives the train up above the left field scoreboard. When the Astros hit a home run, that train goes into action. But we've always wondered, not that many home runs hit in a game, so what does Bobby Dynamite do when there's no home runs hit? Well, he checks his phone.
Boy, imagine when the team goes in a slump for a while.
Or when they go on the road. He just sits like that for like a week if they go on the road. He's got his earpiece in, though, in case anything happens. Bobby Dynamite. He's the engineer of a train with one car that's full of oranges. and they're not your regular sized oranges either. So this is an important job.
Probably a little more basketball size oranges.
Well, in my binoculars,
Pumpkins, maybe?
they look like, yeah, like small basketball size. But I think if we got out there, they would be huge. So Lowry with the 2-out walk. That is walk number 2 by Colin McHugh, and he has struck out 3. 75 pitches. Remember, his last start was a complete game. Went 9 innings in Arizona, which is not always an easy place to pitch. So here's Vogt. Vogt with a ground out and a single. First pitch spins that curve for a strike. So Vogt 3 for 5 in this series. He's DHing today.
It's a great weapon to have, that first pitch curveball. If you can throw it in for strike 1 to get ahead. It's not really a pitch that a player wants to, you know, it's not something you want to hit first pitch. You know, but if somebody can command it and you can get ahead with it, it's a big advantage to be able to do that.
No, it's got to be huge. The get it over breaking ball for a strike.
It's different. If somebody's looking for it, it's different. But I mean, majority of the hitters, that's not what they want to swing at first pitch.
Good swing by Vogt. He got the pitch he was looking for, and he fouled it straight back. McHugh in that complete game in his last start threw 107 pitches. And a breaking ball hit hard but foul. And speaking of pitching at Coors Field, McHugh is with the Rockies, and the Rockies put him on waivers, and the Astros claimed him off waivers from Colorado in December of 2013. Astros called him up early in the 2014 season, and he's been a very good pitcher for Houston the last 2.5 years. Hit hard, and again just foul.
Well, you see it all the time with guys leaving. Sometimes leaving Colorado, you leave that elevation and your stuff changes.
Or if you go there, your stuff changes.
Well, yeah, and even I think their AAA was in Colorado Springs, which really isn't any better. It might not be there anymore, but
high fastball struck him out. So Vogt chased, and that is strikeout number 4 for McHugh. So the bottom of the 5th coming up, and the Astros will have the top of their order, leading 4-3. The 2004 All-Star game right here in Houston, and that is our good friend Mark Mulder. He not only started the game for the American League, but he got the win. 2 innings, a couple of hits, had a strikeout through 28 pitches. So Mark Mulder, you got an All-Star game win. He also had an at-bat. Roger Clemens was the losing pitcher. Remember, Clemens was with the Astros, and he got knocked around. And how often does a starting pitcher get an at-bat in an All-Star game in the first inning?
Yeah,
and you did.
Very seldom. And I remember, I think I wore David Ortiz's batting gloves. I don't even know whose helmet I wore. But I remember I'm on the on-deck circle, and Joe Torre gets my attention. He goes, "Hey, don't swing." And I love to hit. Loved it. And obviously with Oakland, it wasn't very often with interleague play. And man, he told me that, and my heart just sank. You know, and because what an opportunity, you know, and I struck out looking.
But there was a respect factor for Clemens there as well, right?
He had left New York, and you know, he was back here in Houston, pitching at home, starting the All-Star game. So it was a huge deal. And Torre just wanted the inning over with.
So he just got knocked around in that one inning.
Yeah, it wasn't good. And you know, it was bad enough that he gave up, I don't know, 5 or 6 runs. Yeah. 6 runs probably in that first inning, and Torre just wanted it over with. And of course, you know, the pitch is coming in. Of course, it looked like I could hit him.
Of course you could have.
Because when you're not swinging, they look like meatballs. So I'm 0 for 1 in an All-Star game.
But you got to win. So were you? I mean, when you pitched a lot of games, you always seemed like you had it under control. Were you nervous for the All-Star game?
No.
Not really?
No. I pitched, luckily I pitched in 03, the one before that, in Chicago, which was at home, my home, and pitched 2 innings in that game also. So I was ready for it. It was fun.
So here's Jose Altuve. He's 0 for 1. Take that back 0 for 2.
But the other point on that All-Star game also, Muhammad Ali was there. In our clubhouse, I got to meet him, had a ball signed by him, and because I was a starting pitcher, I had to kind of go get stretched with the trainer and get out to the outfield, so I didn't get to take a picture with him. You know, which obviously with him passing would have been cool to have.
Well, there is a picture of Ali with all the All-Stars. A little flare, and it's just foul. And unfortunately, that news was late last night, early came out this morning. Muhammad Ali passed away at the age of 74. So a sad day, but it's interesting to read everybody's thoughts on Muhammad Ali. He was awesome.
Yeah, I fortunately, living in Phoenix or the area, I don't live all.
He lived down there.
Didn't live all that far.
Altuve shoots him into left field for a base hit. And he had lived there for a while. I saw 10, 11 years he had made Arizona his home.
Yeah, I saw him a couple months ago leaving a chiropractor office that I was going to, and he was in a wheelchair. And it's just all unfortunate the way it all happened.
Well, you and I were talking before the game, and listen, there's been a lot of great athletes in the last, 50, 60, 70 years, but I think you could safely say that he was the most recognizable athlete of this century. I would think, but there's people who say he may be the most recognizable person in the world when he was alive. Think about that. Yep. In the world.
So many.
I mean, we're talking about,
so many different
leaders of countries, and everybody knew who Muhammad Ali was. So it's a big loss.
Yeah, the way he resonated with all the different cultures, I guess.
So 1-1 the count with Altuve now at second base. Is that one? Fegley tried to backhand it, couldn't do it.
I think as a catcher, the last thing you're expecting is about a 55-foot fastball. Those are the ones that are hardest for catchers. The breaking balls or cutters or changeups, they're ready for it. But a fastball, you're not expecting it to bounce that far in front of you.
And that one way inside to Carlos Correa, who was hit by a pitch in the third, and then he scored. Lowry trying to keep Altuve close. Altuve, you have to watch him. He'll take off. And there's a shot to center, and that's a base hit. Altuve will round third, and he will head home. And Correa comes through with an RBI single, and it's 5-3 Astros.
This is where Altuve's speed just made up the ground. He had to hold for a second. That ball was hit so hard, you can see him pause just for a second. He looks back, spins a little circle, and then just kind of turns it on and scores fairly easy. That ball was smoked. Had a little knuckling action into center field. Speed was the difference.
So when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change, tune-up, and repair experts. We indeed have a pitching change here in Houston.
From June 17th to the 19th as Mike Trout, Albert Pujols, and the Los Angeles Angels invade the Coliseum for action-packed three-game series. Friday's game will feature post-game fireworks, while Sunday's contest is the perfect Father's Day gift for family time. Get your tickets now at athletics.com/tickets.
So the Astros have added to their lead. It's 5-3. Still only one out here in the bottom of the fifth. So Daniel Colome comes in, just called up from the minor leagues. Colome called up. Trigg sent down. So the fourth appearance for Colome. He faces Colby Rasmus. Rasmus popped it up. Fegley will hustle over, but it drops into the first row behind the A's dugout.
Well, Rasmus has waited no time. He isn't waiting around today. He's been swinging first pitch every at bat now. 2 doubles to left field in his first 2 at bats.
So 7 hits and 5 runs for Kendall Graveman in 4 1/3 innings. Another short outing by an A's starter. Rasmus today has 2 doubles. He has scored a run, knocked in a run. So he is 4 for 7 in the series. He grounds that one to Lowry. Spins to second, and the throw back to first not in time. So a fielder's choice, 2 outs. And that'll bring up Evan Gattis.
Well, Colome overhand, big slow overhand curveball, and Rasmus just doesn't quite hit it hard enough. It's a good turn, and you could almost see Simeon went to throw that ball kind of, why am I doing this? It's not worth it.
Gattis has homered and hit a fly ball to right field. He has now homered in each game in this series. So I think Evan Gattis, this is what he did in the second inning, his 8th of the year.
Just a fastball down and in. I mean, it's not a bad location. The problem is Gattis just saw that pitch and got beat on it 2 pitches earlier in that at bat. Kind of looking for it and just beat him right to the spot.
Valencia backhands nicely, throws across in time, and the side is retired, but another run for the Astros. So 6th inning coming up. Astros 5, A's 3. 5-3 Astros lead, 6th inning. Chris Mays fans looking for some offense against Colin McHugh. So are we. The problem is he's settled down after a tough 2nd inning. He gave up 3 runs and 3 hits and a walk. But since then, he has not given him much of anything.
No, and that curveball's been the difference. You see another one to get me over strike 1. He's been ahead in the count and then able to work that cutter down and away.
Sitting on 83 pitches facing Danny Valencia. And the high fastball. So 89 miles an hour, but just elevated enough. Makes it a tough pitch to get to. Valencia this afternoon walked and scored in the 2nd and struck out in the 3rd. And that one hit to left, and that baby is gone. Right down the line, Valencia homers, and now it's 5-4. Got out in front of it and hooked it a little bit. So home run number 9 for Valencia.
Oh, a hanging breaking ball. This is one of the few that he's left up later in a count. Castro wanted that ball down, trying to bounce it. If Valencia was just all over that, he knew he got that one.
There's Davis, and a fastball on the outside corner, first strike.
That could be one of those examples where you just threw it one too many times, showed it to him, and hung it.
Just a little bit too much of the play. It's the 9th home run that McHugh has allowed this year. He's done that in 66 innings.
It's not a good feeling as a pitcher. Halfway there, you kind of in your mind you go, uh-oh. Like you can just see it hanging.
2-1 pitch. She's popped up over our head into the 3rd deck. The Angels and the Pirates are playing again today in Pittsburgh. That's a 3-3 game in the top of the 7th inning. Angels won last night 9-2. Angels a half game ahead of the A's in the AL West. Game to keep an eye on. The White Sox and the Tigers are playing in Detroit, with the White Sox leading 2-1 in the middle of the 6th inning. And Chris Sale is pitching that game. Chris Sale is 9-1 on the year. Swing and a miss. A big overhand curve, and Davis strikes out for the 2nd time. That's 5 strikeouts now for Colin McHugh.
Well, he went back to it, and this is the one he was trying to throw to Valencia. One that's down in the zone. That one a much better one, and Davis just out in front.
So Alonso steps in. So Chris Sale is trying to become the first 10-game winner in the big leagues. He's got 9. Arrieta's got 9. And Johnny Cueto has 9. Steven Strasburg has 9. And Strasburg pitching today also. wins pitching in Cincinnati. There's a strike, and it's a quick 0-2. A couple of guys trying to get to 10 wins. Strasburg is leading 2-1 in the bottom of the 6th over the Reds. Curve is rolled foul. Trying to see some action in the Astros bullpen. That's Michael Feliz, who's having a terrific season for the Astros. Astros folks were raving about Michael Feliz. Pitch, a fastball up around the letters, foul back. Mariners and the Rangers will play a little bit later. Carnes for the Mariners, he's 5-1 against Perez for the Rangers, who's 3-4. Fernando Rodriguez is up throwing. In the dirt. The Rangers beat the Mariners last night, as we showed you earlier, behind Yu Darvish 7-3. A little bit high. Hey, Mark, how about where the right fielder is playing? That's George Springer. It's direct right center field.
And we've seen it time after time. I mean, everybody's shaded so far to left field, all three outfielders.
2-2 to Alonso. Now, is this baseball in the year 2016 or what? Look at the shit. Look at the infield is one way, and the outfield is the other way. And that's why.
That's what they do.
More than anybody else. But that, I mean, it doesn't look right.
Yep.
And Alonso takes the breaking ball low. So pretty good at bat for Yonder Alonso. So A.J. Hinch pops out of the dugout. We don't know if this is a I need to talk to my starting pitcher walk, or I'm going to go to the bullpen walk. Right at 100 pitches. And that's going to do it. So when it's time for Change Things, Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change, tune-up, and repair expert. So it's on to the bullpen. Michael Feliz coming in.
Baseball movie fireworks presented by Ray Morgan Company. After the game against the Angels, our famous fireworks show will be set to music from classic baseball movies, including The Natural, Bull Durham, Field of Dreams, and more. There's no better way to kick off summer than with A's baseball and fireworks. So visit athletics.com/fireworks today.
So the A's got a home run from Valencia to make it 5-4. Now they have the tying run at first base with 1 out. And they will face big right-hander Michael Feliz. Feliz has been terrific out of the Astros bullpen. In fact, you may be seeing the future closer for the Astros.
Yeah, that's what a lot of the Astros people said just a year or so ago. He was 92-ish. And even though he'd thrown harder when he was younger, and even earlier this season his fastball was down just a little bit, but now it's back up. And
Altuve on the first, not in time. So the shift was on. Altuve was right near the bag, and he took the pivot. So 2 outs.
A little cutter from Feliz. And you see, they try to turn it. Just wasn't hit hard enough, and Simeon quick enough that you're not going to get 2 on him with that one.
Strikeouts per 9 innings for Feliz. It's good company to be in there.
Which shows you he'll get it up to 98 at times.
He's allowed 1 earned run in his last 18 2/3 innings. So after a little bit of a tough start, he has really locked in.
And as you can see, it's easy. It's effortless. There's sometimes guys who throw hard. You know, they're full effort, max effort type guys, and this is free and easy.
Right there at 96 miles an hour. Feliz is 22 years old. He'll be 23 a little bit later on this month. Pitched in 5 games last year at the big league level. Before that, he had not pitched above Double-A. Foul left side, a little tardy on that one. 96 miles an hour. Coghlan had a big hit. Came up with the bases loaded and 1 out in the 2nd inning, and he doubled. Knocked in a pair. Nasty pitch there. So you see all the heater, and then he snaps one of those off, and Coghlan strikes out. But the A's get a run back thanks to Danny Valencia. His 9th home run of the year. So the bottom of the 6th is coming up. 5-4 Astros.
Copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Oakland Athletics and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Athletics Investment Group, LLC.
Astros 5, A's 4. Bottom of the 6th inning. So Colomé stays in the game. It'll be Valbuena, Gonzalez, and Castro. So a couple of left-handed hitters. Gonzalez a switch hitter. First pitch, a strike. So Graveman 4 1/3 today. Gives up 5 earned runs. He's right in the game at 5-4. Valbuena swing. It's Valbuena playing third base. He also plays some first base. He's got good power. He's not going to hit for a real high average. The reason I bring his name up, last year the Astros had a very high draft pick. I think they had the number 2 pick in the draft. And they took a young man by the name of Alex Berkman out of LSU. And he's a shortstop. And he is now in Double-A, and he's playing extremely well. But what they're doing is now they're starting to play him some at third. Astros have a pretty good shortstop.
I think they're okay with short.
So now Berkman, again, his name is Alex Berkman. He's starting to play some third base in Double-A. And it sounds like him getting to the big leagues this year at some point is not out of the question. Now, you may say, well, that seems like a rush, and who knows? The point is he's like another chance to be another very fine young player here for the Astros. Alex Berkman. Swing and a miss on a breaking ball. So Valbuena strikes out.
Well, I feel like so many of the young college draft picks are so much more prepared these days. That's the difference. You see, going back to that breaking ball, and Valbuena, as you said, kind of an all or nothing guy. He's always trying to look to do damage, go deep, maybe hit something hard, just out in front.
Well, I mean, we bring this up. It's nothing against Valbuena, but Valbuena is going to be a free agent at the end of this year. He's probably not part of the Astros' future. Well, you're right about the college kids nowadays, but you see the ballparks they're playing? I mean, the college stadiums now are unbelievable. I mean, they're better than most minor league parks, without a doubt.
That's what's happening.
Playing in front of big crowds.
Those top division, those top programs in college baseball now, I mean, they're just as good as Double-A and Triple-A facilities.
No question.
But that's how you get the top guys to go there now. That's what college has become. There's so much money in it. The facilities have
luxury suites.
Yes, those are the difference makers. Those are the difference makers now.
Can't fall behind. But you go from the big baseball schools, the ones we're talking about, it would be the Pac-12, SEC, wherever. They play in these gorgeous stadiums, and then you get drafted and you go to rookie league or single A. It's a major letdown.
Yes.
Playing in front of 1,000 people or 750 people in college, who knows? Playing in front of 6,000 to 7,000 people. Or if you go to the College World Series, you're playing in front of 20.
My first season in the minor leagues in Triple-A in Vancouver, the 1 year when we were waiting for the Sacramento Stadium to be done. I mean, that park, we might have had 10 people at the games.
Sounds like you were a lame duck team, right? You were headed to Sacramento soon.
Yep. We were there. Triple-A was just there for 1 year. And
Gonzalez, he got a pretty good piece of his foot.
you can see this pitch just straight down right off. He's got the shin guard on, but now he's going to need the toe guard.
And he's getting no help either. There's not a trainer in sight, and he is not moving well.
And it's right off the top of your foot. It's not even your toes. It's right above your toes.
Now he will be attending to. He appreciates that.
Maybe they didn't care about him at first.
But he is not moving well. Hey, we watched it happen to Jed Lowry, and he trotted down to first base, and that was it. And he went on the disabled list. So hitting right now is not that high on Marwin Gonzalez's list.
And the last thing he wants to see is a pitch middle in right here.
Down and in.
And don't think, I know it's 3-2, so you can't be picky. You can't try to be too perfect here, but every pitcher knows it too. It's the last thing he wants to see is middle in or down and in.
And he went down there and he walks. So that'll bring up Castro. After Castro, it's Marisnik and Springer and Altuve and Correa. So you maybe the last hitter for Cologne. Castro, another guy who will be a free agent after this season. Grounds it right to second. And Simeon will turn the double play, and that will do it. So 4-6-3, that ends the inning, and we are moving to the 7th from Houston. It's the Astros 5 and the A's 4. CSNCalifornia.com. Log on each week as our insider Joe Stiglitz talks baseball with players, coaches, special guests, and more. This week, Joe's guest is the A's lefty Rich Hill. His Insider Podcast with Joe Stiglitz. It's on CSNCalifornia.com and also available on iTunes. Joe's here in Houston doing his thing. And the Astros leading the A's 5-4 here in the 7th inning. Rich Hill on the right. Still bothered a little bit by that groin injury, so he will not pitch this weekend here in Houston. Probably will not pitch in Milwaukee. We'll see him in Cincinnati. The A's will try to get something going against Michael Feliz, who came in, got the final 2 outs in the 6th inning First pitch breaking ball for a strike. Colin McHugh in 5 1/3 gave up 5 hits and 4 runs. So now it's to the Astros bullpen, and that is fair. And it bounces off that side wall. Fegley's going to have to hustle, and he's going to stop, and he's going to head back to first. So that's where that sidewall comes into play. You can see that at Fenway Park as well, where if the ball hits it, it's going to kind of roll into shallow left field.
Yeah, Fegley was just out in front, but first pitch breaking ball, second pitch breaking ball hits it right down the line. You see it gets past Valbuena and hits right off the corner of the sign, and if that gets down in the corner, it's easy standing up too. But you
really don't want it to hit that sidewall if you're a hitter.
And Rasmus, you know, is ready for that, so he makes a U-turn and is able to get there quick enough.
Burns bunts. Gonzalez charges, fires to second, and they got him. What a play by Marwin Gonzalez. Wow. I mean, he came charging in, and he had a decision to make, and he was going to second no matter what.
Yeah, you see him break the second he sees Billy Burns turn and square. He takes off running, and even with a bad foot, he's moving pretty well, and he got right there, spin, and made a perfect throw to shortstop to get Fegley. You see just how quick he made that turn. That was a catch and release.
But I think what made it really a great play is he was able to get his body in position to throw while he was still moving and while he was fielding the ball.
Yeah, you can see he turned his feet to get around that baseball.
There's Lowry. And the pitch a bit inside Lowry, who is 0 for 2. So walked in the 5th inning. When Lowry's career is all said and done, and it's not been a very nice career, but he'll have the interesting note that he actually played for 2 teams twice. Played the Astros in 2012 and 2015. Played with the A's in 2013 and 14, and now this year. That does not happen very often. Originally with the Boston Red Sox. Burns not running. The pitch is outside. In 2013, he was traded from the Astros to the A's with Fernando Rodriguez. First baseman Chris Carter. Max Stassi, a catcher, also went to the Astros. Burns not running, and the pitch is high, and it's a walk. 2 on, 1 out. They're going to make Michael Feliz work.
Well, Feliz, as good as he's been in the bullpen, he has starter stuff, and you could see him starting in the future for the Astros. I mean, we're seeing mid to high 90s fastball, but he's also got that 80-mile-an-hour breaking ball and a good changeup.
I don't think the phone's even ringing down there. This is Feliz's inning, unless things get a little weird. So the hitter is Vogt. Burns and Lowry, your runners. So you have the tying run and the go-ahead run on the bases. Stephen Vogt has grounded out, singled, and he has struck out. First pitch is outside. Vogt with a couple of doubles last night. So 3 for 6 in the series. Correa playing right behind second base. Missed again, 2-0. Valencia will hit next.
This is really the only spot that Correa is the only one now with this shift who can keep Burns close. Just because Altuve's over in the hole.
This one is popped up near the A's dugout, and there's going to be room for Valbuena, and he grabs it. So that'll be frustrating for Stephen Vogt. Let's see where the pitch was, Mark. It may have been off the plate.
Yeah, you can see it just goes. He wants it away, but he throws the heater in. It's a ball just in and off the plate. Man, that's a tough one. You know, Vogt was trying to get something out over the plate. And sometimes those pitches that get yanked like that, they end up being a good pitch, which that one worked out.
Do you think sometimes a hitter, and Vogt's a power hitter, but he also hits the ball to other fields, but sometimes when they see a pitch on the inner half,
without a
they
doubt,
get a little jumpy, even if it's off the plate, because you don't get a lot of pitches to drive in the inner half.
Yeah. Well, plus he's quick on the inner half. And when
So
you
he
see
thinks
that,
he can get to
yes,
it.
absolutely. And that sometimes gets you to swing at those pitches that you maybe shouldn't.
So now it's up to Valencia. 2 on, 2 out. Valencia with a homer in the 6th. Hits this one to right center, but it's going to hang up. Marisnick near the track. He's got it side retired. So the A-stranded pair, we have reached the 7th inning stretch from Minute Maid Park in Houston. 5-4 Astros.
A's Baseball on CSN California is brought to you by Toyota, the full-line automaker with the longest-lasting vehicles in America. Toyota, let's go places. And by Xfinity. X1 from Xfinity will change the way you experience TV.
Hey, Know It All with Sportsnet Central. It's brought to you by Hyundai. It's tonight at 10:30, and it's on our sister station, CSN Bay Area. Highlights from this A's Astros game, Stanley Cup Final Game 3 coverage, and we'll get you ready for Game 2 of the NBA Finals. Kelly Johnson and Fallon Smith will host. Here at Minute Maid Park, in front of a nice crowd of 37,223. Very nice Saturday afternoon crowd. The Astros leading 5-0 to 4. When it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change tune-up and repair expert. So Ryan Dole comes in.
Dole having a nice season so far. Had an outstanding April. Hayes with a few chances in the last inning. We'd love to see him have a nice quick inning, get that offense back in the dugout.
Facing Marisnick. A little bit outside, 2-0. Marisnick, Springer, and Altuve here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Marisnick with a sacrifice fly in the 2nd. Astros with 3 in the 2nd, 1 in the 3rd, and 1 in the 5th. Will Harris starting to throw. High fastball from Dole, and it's 2-2. So 3-2 now. Be interesting to see what Dole throws here. Obviously, he loves his slider, and it's a good one.
Yeah, you want to make him earn something here. Don't want to walk him, especially with the top of the order.
Well, he does love it because he just threw it and he gets a strikeout.
Well, and as you said, I mean, he commands his slider maybe better than his fastball. When you have confidence in that, you can see it's perfectly located down and away. And Marisnick way out in front, probably thinking fastball. Just a great pitch.
So now to the top of the order, and Springer. Springer had a base hit in the 1st inning. He's 1 for 3. That extended his hitting streak to 8 games. He's 16 for 37 during that stretch. Comes in 8th in the league in hits. The year where he indeed puts it all together. Fastball was high. Springer was a 1st-round draft pick of these Astros back in 2011. He was the 11th player taken in that draft. So still a youngster at just 26 years old. Alonso will not be able to get it. Fives down the right field line. And 2 pitches, a fastball that runs inside.
That's one of those pitches you try to make it nasty. I'm gonna make this one really good, you know, and you just get on the side of it, you overthrow it, front side flies open, and you just kind of throw a zoom ball.
Swing and a miss to the backstop. Fegley's throw not in time. So Springer. Sometimes you see a hitter just delay a little bit coming out of the box, but he took off right away.
Well, Dole went back to that slider, and it was a good one, and he got Springer to chase, but Fegley just tried to pick it. He really didn't slide his body over at all to try to get in front, and by that time it just got too far, and by then you're not going to get Springer at first base.
So strikeout wild pitch. Here's Altuve.
this is a spot with Altuve. You don't want to think, okay, let's just throw strike one to get ahead, because these are the times he likes to come out hacking. Even see that hole in between first and second. You try to just throw a get me over slider, and that's kind of his. He loves shooting that ball the other way, back up the middle.
Down the right field line, but foul. Springer made a little bit of a move, like he may be trying to steal a bag. He has 3 steals this year, but he's been thrown out 6 times. So Doolittle steps into the bullpen. Not running, and again hit high and foul, right field line. Daniel Colomé goes an inning and 2/3, no hits, no runs, a walk, and a strikeout. Dole's ready. Tapped foul.
This is where you'd like to see Dole just kind of expand that strike zone here, try to get him to chase something out off the plate. Altuve's a pretty good bad ball hitter, but 0-2 count, you got to be careful.
Right to the shortstop. Semien has it out at second on the first double play. 6-4-3 double play. So the A's with a couple of double plays turned in this game.
X.com/tickets and use coupon code DAD to receive $10 off field level tickets to see the A's take on their AL West rivals, the Los Angeles Angels. Discounted Father's Day tickets are subject to availability, so make plans now to treat Dad to an afternoon of baseball on Sunday, June 19.
Top of the 8th with the Astros leading 5-4 when it's time for change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change, tune-up, and repair experts. Look at the numbers for Will Harris. A 0.36 ERA.
That is not something you normally see on June, what, 4th, are we?
So Will Harris this year, Mark, his first appearance of the year, he allowed a run. He had not allowed one since then. 23 consecutive scoreless appearances for Will Harris. Outside, so 1-1 the count. Running down a dream. We'll love Tom Petty there. Nothing wrong with that. Chasing Dave Smith and Joe Sambito. Longest scoreless streaks by an Astros reliever. That one toward right center. Marisnik's over there. One away. And that'll bring up Yonder Alonso.
Well, and what makes Smith so difficult to hit, he just has a natural cut to his fastball. Everything just kind of has a run to it. You could kind of compare that to like kind of Mariano Rivera. Obviously, he doesn't have that, but it's that type of a cut fastball. And he can command it in and out. So it's like multiple pitches when you can move it around 4 strikes.
First pitch to Alonso and a good breaking ball. Well, before a series starts, we usually check in with friends from the other team. In this case, the Astros. Ask them what's going on with their ball club, and they all said when it comes to the bullpen, the guys who are throwing the ball the best are Feliz and Harris.
Yep.
Gregerson, of course, is their closer, and he's had a few shaky moments. But he's thinking about the 9th inning right now. Remember, they made the big trade in the offseason for Ken Giles, the closer from the Phillies. Giles did not pitch well in spring training, and he did not pitch well at the beginning of the year. He's starting to pitch a little bit better.
Yeah, well, his velocity was way down in spring training.
Hard breaking ball in the dirt.
Well, but this is what you're seeing with a lot of teams now. They have 3-4 guys that, you know, kind of makes it a 5+ inning game for the starters. You know, you might have 1 or 2 guys that go deeper like some teams, but you're seeing teams go to the bullpen quicker than ever these days. And
hard hit ball. Nice play by Gonzalez. Underhands to Harris. 2 outs. Well, tune in tomorrow at 3:30 on our sister station CSN Bay Area as we get you set for Warriors finals basketball. Before and after every Warriors playoff game, Papa, St. Roz, and Helena provide in-depth coverage. The Warriors are up 1-0 in the NBA Finals, going up against the Cleveland Cavaliers. The home of authentic Warriors fans is CSN. 2 away here in the 8th. Simeon steps in. Simeon 0 for 3. Strikeout, line out, and he reached on a fielder's choice. .93, and you see that little cutting action that Mark talked about. So Doolittle will pitch the bottom of the 8th for the A's.
And there's that pitch. It just has just enough little run to it that you get those swings and misses. You can see his hand. See that move just, I mean, it might move 2-3 inches. It's all it is.
And
that's hit into center field, and it's a base hit. So Marcus Semien has his first hit. 7 hits now for the A's.
Well, and Semien says, if you're going to keep throwing that cutter out away from me, I'm just going to go with it. He does exactly that. That ball's down, and he just drives it right back up where it came from. And with that shift, nobody's there.
So here's Coghlan. Coghlan swings at that high fastball. Second inning, a 2-run double for Coghlan.
Well, he got that hanging breaking ball from McHugh that he had been keeping down earlier in that at bat, but the hanger with 2 strikes, and he was able to come up with the big hit to drive in 2 runs.
Coghlan since then has grounded out, and he has struck out. High pop up. Valbuena is going to reach in and not be able to get it.
Well, Valbuena makes a great effort, but because they're shifting just a little bit, he's not playing his normal third base position. Had he been playing his normal third base position, he might have been able to have gotten to the wall and reached over for it, but he just couldn't quite get there in time.
And a swing and a miss at a pitch in the dirt. And the side is retired. So a hit and a runner left, and we are headed to the bottom of the 8th. Astros 5, A's 4.
To see the only 2 A's versus Giants games of 2016 at the Oakland Coliseum when the Cross Bay rivals square off on June 29th and 30th. The A's look to continue their winning ways against the Giants, having captured 2 of the last 3 season series. These interleague showdowns are always some of the most popular games of the year, so get your tickets today at athletics.com/tickets.
All right, Game 7 brought to you by the local Toyota dealers. 4-7-0 for the Athletics, 5-7-1 or 5-7-0 for the Astros. Kendall Graveman, 4 1/3. Colin McHugh, 5 1/3. Gaddis with his 2nd home run in as many games, and Danny Valencia with his 9th home run. So the A's jumped out to a 3-0 lead. Look at this youngster. That's the comeback kid right there. We're going to make him our good luck charm. if the A's come back and win, it'll be because of him.
Well, I need some of those eye black strips. Or at least I know my kids would.
Here's Doolittle. First pitch to Correa. 94 miles an hour, and Correa had a good swing. He fouls it straight back. Correa, Rasmus, and Gaddis.
How many times have we seen it now in these two games that some of these young Astro hitters just come out hacking on that first pitch? I mean, they're not getting cheated. They're taking some big swings.
Correa this afternoon, 1 for 2. Ground out, hit by a pitch, and then he singled in a run in the 5th. He now has 8 home runs and 30 runs batted in. And this one is belted to right center, and it's hit a ton. And it is off the top of the wall. Correa with those long strides, round second, and he will have a stand-up triple. Boy, he can really run, too. 6'4", and once he gets rolling.
Well, what a nice piece of hitting. You see Doolittle wanting to go inside. This ball's down and away, and Correa just drops the head of the bat. I mean, that ball jumped. I mean, this thing hits halfway up the wall, almost right at the top of the wall, and luckily Burns able to get a hold of it. But you see Correa, he's running right out of the box, and the second that thing hits the wall, you can see him turn it on. And like you said, those strides just easily cruising into third base.
Hey, he's got an extra gear, and he kicked it in at about second base. So now Doolittle's going to have some work to do. You just do not want to give the Astros an insurance run here. Rasmus has had another good game. 2 doubles, RBI, run scored. And he is late on the Doolittle heater.
That's where Doolittle's effective, up in the zone. But you see him 96 today. Rasmus will chase those, as he has with the first 2. He likes swinging at that ball up.
Just got a piece of that. Doolittle needs a strikeout. Gaddis to follow, and then Valbuena. And I think if you're Doolittle, obviously you need a strikeout. You got to keep elevating the fastball, because Rasmus will have trouble handling that.
Well, plus it's also if he does get to it, chances are it's a pop-up.
And he tried to hold up, could not do it. So Doolittle just kept pumping the high heater at him, and Rasmus really had no chance.
And that's a poor at bat from Colby Rasmus.
Yeah,
I mean, you gotta get something down, and you can see he went around. I mean, that thing's neck high almost, and you're chasing it. And there wasn't a pitch that was below the letters.
So now they're going to walk Gaddis and face Valbuena. By such an important run standing out there at third. Gregerson warming up, and as we said, Gregerson has had some ninth inning adventures this year. Well, here comes Valbuena, another left-handed hitter. Bob Melvin will trot out.
Well, this is just to discuss where certain guys are going to play if the ball's hit hard, whether you come home. Middle infielders will be back for the double play ball. Just making sure everybody's on the same page and how they want to attack Valbuena.
So Valbuena to hit. On deck is Marwin Gonzalez, who is a switch hitter. First pitch to Valbuena. Fastball, foul to the upper deck. Valbuena has singled and scored in the second, and then struck out in the third, struck out again in the sixth. Swing and a miss. He was late.
Oh, another elevated fastball away. You can see Valbuena late, right underneath it. I think you got to climb that ladder again.
Popped up, left field line, and Valencia will not be able to get there. Valbuena against left-handed pitching this year has just 29 at bats. He's hitting .207. So 1-2 now, 96 miles an hour from Doolittle. Correa opened up the inning with a triple. Rasmus struck out. Gaddis was intentionally walked. Fastball, Valbuena. A little quicker swing that time. Got a piece of it. Well, the high fastball, and Valbuena goes after that one and fouls it. Boy, this must be such a tough pitch to lay off. These guys, they've been swinging at it for 4 years now with Doolittle.
And it all has to do with just your arm action. Everybody's arms are different, the way they come out, how you see the baseball. They just see it late when it's elevated.
97 miles an hour from Doolittle. Seems like with Doolittle, once he gets ready to throw, like the arm really comes through quickly.
Yeah, it's not a long slit. It's nice and short.
Another foul ball. Another one into the upper deck.
The other thing, some guys, you'll see the ball from behind. The hitter will see the ball from behind their back. Arm action will get back behind the guy, and it helps with the timing. And with Doolittle, his hand at the ball is always behind his body. So that I think the hitters just kind of pick it up late.
And he went around the high, hard one. So Valbuena strikes out for the third straight time. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th.
Well, this one, Phegley sets up inside. And it just kind of, I mean, it's another one head high. Just got that run. Valbuena just can't lay off of it.
I mean, how many strikes do you think, strikes being in the strike zone, did he throw to Valbuena? 1 or 2?
There might have been 1.
I know.
And he didn't throw a single one to Rasmus.
Nope.
So that's 2 strikeouts with only throwing 1 strike. And that's maybe.
Here's Marwin Gonzalez. Gonzalez takes a fastball at the knees for a strike. That pitch right there is the one you have the best chance to hit.
Yes,
off Doolittle.
And that's when he gets it. That's when he can get it down. Is, you know, he's elevating it on purpose to the lefties. But here to the righty, now he locates one down. And we'll see if he tries to go back up here.
That one out over the plate, and that's probably a decent pitch to hit for Gonzalez, but it's also high velocity.
Yeah, this is not really where Doolittle wanted this pitch. You can, I mean, that's middle. You can even see Doolittle turn his head as the ball crossed the plate. He was a little frustrated with that pitch. Now you can see if you can get him to chase here.
And he threw it right by him. How about that for Sean Doolittle? Throwing some serious gas. So the runners are stranded, and we are going to the 9th inning. See if the A's can come back against Gregerson. It's 5-4 Astros. A's and Astros will wrap up this 3-game series. It'll be Sonny Gray against Lance McCullers. That's your pitching matchup. Our coverage begins at 10:30 with A's pregame live, and you'll get complete A's coverage every night on Sportsnet Central and CSNCalifornia.com. So here this afternoon, the Astros leading 5-4. Those two good A's fans are looking for some fun here in the top of the 9th. If the A's are going to do that, it'll come against Luke Gregerson. Gregerson has 13 saves. He has 4 blown saves, including a blown save on Tuesday against the Diamondbacks. So Gregerson will face the pinch hitter Coco Crisp, who's hitting for Fegley. First pitch is outside.
Gregerson's kind of the opposite of the last two pitchers, Feliz and Harris, that we've seen from these Astros. Doesn't throw all that hard. High 80s, might touch 90, but relies on movement, kind of soft contact.
And he also relies on getting that pitch called a strike.
Yep.
It was a little low.
Well, but guys who are closers that have the stuff that he has, they try to make things appear as strikes and have everything run off the plate. Get you to chase.
And now it's 3-0. Gregerson last year saved 31 games in his first year with the Astros.
And you got to do exactly what Coco's doing right now. You got to make him throw you a strike. He wants you to chase.
And that one drops in there for a strike. Coco has just 2 at-bats in his career against Gregerson. that one will strike, and it's 3-2. So Valbuena, the third baseman who is in on the grass, now backs off.
Well, and just a good pitch here. It's just on the corner, and that's not a pitch that Coco wants to swing at anyway.
The pitch, and he got it. Off-speed pitch, would have been ball 4, but Coco went after it. And 1 out here in the 9th inning.
Well, and that's what I'm talking about. He tries to make things appear as strikes. He's got a good sinker, and you can see that ball kind of starts middle in, and you can see how much sink that has going straight down and out of the strike zone. And crisp just right over the top.
So 1 away, here's Burns. Burns is 0 for 4. He did reach in the 7th on a fielder's choice. There's the thing with Gregerson has always been he's very tough on right-handed hitters. This year alone, righties are hitting 156 against him. Under 200 in his career. So if you're hitting against him, you'd like to get as many left-handed hitters in there as possible, and the A's have that in this inning with Lowry to follow, and after Lowry it would be Vogt. 1-2. In the dirt. Burns checks his swing. A's post-game live coming up after the ball game. Pitch runs well off the plate, so a full count. There's full count to Crisp, and now a full count to Burns.
Got to see something up here.
And it's lined into the glove of Valbuena. 2 outs.
Well, and Burns got the pitch he wanted. He got a sinker up, and you can see him just drive that ball the other way, and Valbuena, who's playing off the line, positioned very well, makes the play easy.
So 2 away, and the last hope is Lowry. Lowry has hit a pair of fly balls to left field, and he has walked twice. Trying to get aboard for Vogt. First pitch right there for a strike. 89 miles an hour. That one hit high in the air to right field. Springer at the wall. And that baby's gone, and we are tied. So it has been a while for Jed Lowry. But when he did hit it, he made it count. And A.J. Hinch immediately comes out and takes the baseball. And Gregerson with another blown save, his 5th of the year. So the A's down to their final hitter. And Lowry just kind of wafted one into the seats.
Yeah, you can see once the breaking ball away, it kind of travels in and to a lefty. A down and in breaking ball, especially a little roller. That's not a sharp slider. He can just drop the head on it, and this thing was hit as high as it was far.
That's why we were questioning whether it was going to get out, but it carried far enough. And this goes to show you how big it was of Doolittle to get out of that last inning and how important that one run was.
And really, the slider just dropped right down into the hit zone.
Yeah, he was trying to backdoor it. He was trying to keep it away, and just yanked it down and in right to the sweet spot of a lefty hitter.
So Tony Sipp comes in, the left-hander. That ball had barely gone into the seats, and A.J. Hinch was out of the dugout. That is not a happy man right now.
Well, there have been a lot of people calling for Will Harris to move into that closer role, and that's now the fifth blown save for Gregerson. So there's the numbers for Tony Sipp, the left-hander. But that's the situation for A.J. Hinch, is you have a struggling closer, and you have other guys in your bullpen who are pitching extremely well. Yep. And that's also, you talked about how tough he's been on righties, but with the A's having 4 straight lefties coming up,
Axford is throwing out in that bullpen. There's Vogt, and Vogt swings at a slider. But you're right, Lowry's the hero, but the co-hero is Doolittle.
Absolutely.
So it's a 5-5 game. Another slider and a good one. 0-2. See Madsen now up throwing as well. Kendall Graveman is off the hook. He'll get a no decision. Back home for Jed Lowry. He lives here. That one is drilled to right, but it'll stay in the park. Springer grabs it side retired. So a 2-out solo home run by Jed Lowry ties the game. And it's the bottom of the 9th, folks. The A's have tied it. Well, they got to see if they can hang out and win it. Bottom of the 9th inning, and let's not forget about what Doolittle did in the bottom of the 8th inning. Gray had a leadoff triple, and then he strikes out Rasmus, strikes out Valbuena, and strikes out Gonzalez with straight heat. And Gray had never scored. Kept it a 1-run game. Lowry homers, and it's 5-5. So heck of a job by Doolittle.
Yeah, he basically just reared back and was like, here, let's see you guys hit it. Went right after him with that heater and kept elevating it. Threw it right by all three guys.
So here's Axford. He is pitcher number 5 in the game for the Athletics. It's been Graveman, Colomb, Dahl, Doolittle, and Axford. Jason Castro to lead it off. Curveball and a good one. Axford pitched last night, but threw just 9 pitches. Stephen Vogt now in the game as the catcher. And the DH spot is now gone for the Athletics. One and one the count to Castro. He'll be followed by Marisnik and then Springer. If anybody were to get on, Altuve would hit. Just a touch low with a good fastball from Axford. 8 hits for each team. There has not been an error. A's have stranded 7. Astros have stranded 5. Missed again, 3-1. On the bench for the Astros, they have Tony Kemp. Saw him last night, left-handed hitter. Tyler White, a right-handed hitter, and Carlos Gomez. Gaddis is their backup catcher. Gaddis, who is the DH. And thank you very much, is Axford, because Castro swung at ball 4.
Yeah, you'd think 3-1. You'd try to, especially leading off an inning, you want to make him throw you a strike, and Axford just kind of yanks this heater down and in. And as you said, thank you, Jason Castro.
You may see that guy if somebody gets on base, or I think if Castro were to get on, you may see him. Carlos Gomez, very fast. It's Tyler White and Tony Kemp right there. Swing and a miss. He chased a high fastball, and Castro, he may have swung at ball 4 twice. So out number 1.
He definitely did. It's another elevated fastball. You could see Vogt wants it down, hits up, and Castro's right underneath it. Swung at ball 4 and 5.
So here's Marisnik. Marisnik takes a bit outside. 0 for 2 with a sacrifice fly for the Astros center fielder. He's the 9th place hitter in this lineup. Trying to end it.
Well, you can see the big swing. That ball's by him, and you know, I talked to Little last night. He used to have a leg kick. He's kind of eliminated that. He just kind of goes up on his toe, and it's helped him early in this season. I know he's only hitting about 190, but he's been somewhat hot as of late. Eliminating that leg kick has helped, but that last pitch, that was already by him by the time he pulled the trigger.
And swing and a miss. He struck him out, and that's a pair of strikeouts for Axford.
Like, Axford just kind of quick pitches him. Marisnik really didn't even have his bat off his shoulder yet. Axford just kind of came set and just went. You can see just how late Marisnik was. He wasn't ready.
So now 2 away, and here's Springer. Springer taking all the way, and it's in for a strike. Springer is 1 for 4. He singled way back in the first inning. Springer has a ton of power. He's got 13 home runs. That's Giles, Ken Giles getting this. Swing and a miss. Felt the breeze up here.
Axford's just coming right after him. It's a well-located fastball in the outer corner. Springer just swings right through it.
Two and two. Swing and a miss. He blew it right by Springer. And how about that inning for Axford? He strikes out the side. Castro, Marisnik, and Springer. Extra innings from Houston coming up. Second annual A's Pride Night presented by Wells Fargo. It's Tuesday, June 14th. Join us as the A's take on the Texas Rangers and purchase a special ticket that includes a Pride Rainbow headband. Partial proceeds from this event will benefit AIDS Project of the East Bay, Our Space, and Rainbow Community Center. For tickets and information, visit athletics.com/pride. Top of the 10th inning from Minute Maid Park. The A's tied it in the 9th. Now we'll see what they can grab the lead here in the 10th. A's are 2-0 in extra innings. Astros are 5-3. So the new pitcher for the Astros is Ken Giles. Came over from the Phillies. Big trade in the offseason. Has not panned out yet. Giles takes over here in the 10th inning. This pitch to Valencia is grounded up the middle and a base hit into center field. So hit number 9 for the A's.
Well, and Giles has been much better for the Astros as of late. But you see a fastball here just right down the middle trying to get strike one, and Valencia comes out hacking. Drives it right back up the middle. As I was saying, we were saying earlier, Giles' velocity was way down in spring training. Astros were kind of concerned about it. First 11 outings this year had a 9 ERA. Since then, about a 3.5. So it's been better, but not what they were expecting when they made that trade.
Well, it was interesting in spring training. You make this big trade and you give up some significant prospects for Giles, who was a good closer last year. Well, then you figure, well, he's your closer, but the problem was in spring training, he looked terrible. And Luke Gregerson, the incumbent closer, said, well, wait a minute, what have I done to lose my job? And the Astros said, you know what, you're right, Gregerson, you're still the closer. Giles needs to pitch better, and he is starting to pitch a little bit better.
And when Giles was with the Phillies, he was 95, 96, 97. You know, they haven't really seen a whole lot of that until recently, and it's been barely that.
0-2 to Chris Davis. Got him swinging. Davis strikes out for the third time. He has chased quite a few bad balls today.
Giles, after giving up that leadoff hit, stayed away from the heater, went 3 straight breaking balls, and Davis was out in front of all 3 of them. All 3 located down and away.
So with 1 away, here's Yonder Alonso. Alonso takes a strike down around the knees. He thought it was low. Could have been a little low.
There've been a few others called down there in this game, but it did look a little low.
That one grounded, center field, base hit. Valencia will make the turn and stop at second. So again, Alonso beats the ship, and the A's have 2 on and 1 out for Semien. Off the bat, you think it's right to the shortstop, but there's no shortstop there.
Yeah, and Giles kind of reacted, kind of spun and was yelling. You can see him look right back in the dugout. Not very happy. You know, as a pitcher, the minute that the ball's hit, you know where your infielders are, and your first instinct is that's a double play.
Yeah, it's sort of just your natural eyesight knows exactly where the ball is going.
Yep, you see it come off the bat, and you kind of go, yes, double play, and then you turn around and nobody's there. It's not a good feeling.
0-1 to Semien, who is 1 for 4. And now Marcus is going to have to go to battle as he's down 0-2. Pitch there, and Semien on 3 pitches strikes out. So 2 outs, and if you're down 0-2 in the count and guy throws you that pitch, that's tough.
And basically with the lefties, he's throwing all heaters, and both right-handed batters this inning, he's stuck strictly with the breaking ball. So that's 6 swings and misses. Well, 5 anyway. Semien took 1, but that's 6 straight strikes with the breaking ball, and then lefties, the 2 lefties who both got base hits, he's throwing them 3 fastballs.
Well, it's up to Coghlan. A little bit low. Pirates beat the Angels 8-7 in Pittsburgh. So that series tied at a game apiece. Madsen throwing.
If you're Coghlan right now, you got to be looking dead red heater. I mean, he hasn't thrown a breaking ball yet. Doesn't mean he won't, but you can't be looking for anything but that right now.
Tried to hold up, couldn't do it. Outfield shifted slightly toward left. Block Castro can't find it. Giles scrambles after it, and Castro's hurt. Hit him up around the neck area, and the runners move up.
Well, as short as this ball bounces, you can see way in front of the plate. It kind of gets right up at the top of his chest protector, right in his neck. Kind of maybe caught part of the chest protector, but that can't feel good.
So the count is 2-1. Coghlan 1 for 4 with the 2-run double in the second. He was also grounded out, and he has struck out twice.
And he's really got to be looking heater now, because the last thing he wants to do is bounce another breaking ball with a guy on third base.
And that one tapped slowly toward short. Correa charges, fires across in time. Side retired. So the A's strand a pair, and we're going to the bottom of the 10th. It'll be Altuve, Correa, and Rasmus. 5-5 game. .330, it's on our sister station CSN Bay Area as we get you set for Warriors Finals Game 2. Before and after every Warriors playoff game, the Warriors are up 1-0 in the NBA Finals against the Cavs, with Game 2 tomorrow. Home of the authentic Warriors fan is CSN. Here in Houston, it's 5-5, an A's fan in Texas. All right. Now, about the A's bullpen, as Altuve leads it off, and he hits one towards Semien. Semien has it, throws in time, 1 out, and that was a big out.
Well, you can see this ball hit to Semien. Kind of just takes his time a little bit, almost like he took one extra crow hop waiting to get a grip on the ball, but good strong throw. Gets Altuve easily.
So with 1 out here in the bottom of the 10th, Carlos Correa will hit. Correa is 2 for 3, a single and a triple. He also has an RBI. Good pitch, right on the corner for a strike. Correa is 4 for 8 in this series. And for Axford, he struck out the side in the 9th inning.
Yeah, he looked outstanding last night. And the last 4 outs, really good command.
Swing and a miss on a high hard one.
We've seen it a bunch with him and Doolittle elevating fastballs, and when you throw that hard, when you get it up to 95 to 97, you can throw those kind of pitches. Guys just, they see it so good, they just cannot catch up to it.
And that one up and away. 2-2 the count. Axford at 20 pitches. He did pitch last night. And he got him swinging. Foul tip. That ball was up and out of the strike zone.
Well, he elevates again, goes up and away a little bit. And Correa being aggressive, chase. He gets him to chase, and you know he got the foul tip, but Vogt's able to hold on to it for the strike 3.
I think you can see, Mark, you can see where the Astros are dangerous because they hit the ball at the ballpark, but you can also see why they lead the league in strikeouts.
Absolutely. I mean, there's no, that's not a try and foul it off pitch or swing.
No. So 0-1 to Colby Rasmus. It's the Colby Rasmus bobblehead giveaway today. 9 at-bats in his career against Axford. He's got a home run. Colby Jack. A little bit low. Gaddis is in the on-deck circle. And another one low, 3-1. Rasmus, he likes that ball down, but those are just a little bit too far out of the strike zone.
Yeah, they're not swings, especially in the hitter's count. They're not pitches you're going to get him to chase on. This is the pitch you got to be a little careful because he's got some power.
Not close. Rasmus with the 2-out walk. So here comes Gaddis. He homered back in the second inning, a 2-run shot.
And a good sinker down and in. Just smoked it. Just beat him to the spot. It's been a good series for Gaddis so far.
So the big fella steps in. Rasmus has good speed at first. And when I say good speed, he's not a big base stealer, but the ball in the gap, you have got to cut it off.
Yeah, the outfielders are deep right now, playing kind of a no doubles. And that's the only thing you want is you want to not let him score from first.
Pitch number 28 coming up for Axford. Swing and a miss. Another high fastball, and the Astros keep chasing it.
Yeah, they keep taking big swings, but they keep coming up empty on these elevated fastballs. They're all about letter high. Like I said, a lot of hitters, you just, out of the hand, you see it so well, and it's so hard to lay off it.
So the count now even at 1-1. Rasmus, decent lead at first. And he runs. And it's fouled straight back. How about that? So Rasmus decided to take a shot.
Well, he got a decent jump. Like we said, he can move a little bit. He's not a huge base stealer, but when he gets going, he can run.
Axford ahead in the count. And he struck him out swinging. So Axford strikes out 5 in 2 innings. And we are headed to the 11th. Still tied at 5. Well, the A's bullpen has been good, including John Axford. And Mark, how about that? 5 strikeouts in 2 innings.
He's been outstanding, just pumping the strikes, elevating to getting strikeouts, mixing in good breaking balls. And he gave the A's exactly what they needed, was 2 zeros on the board.
Well, Doolittle struck out 3 in the 8th, and then Axford 3 in the 9th and 2 in the 10th. Don't forget about Ryan Dull. Cologne with an inning and 2/3. So the A's bullpen, 11 strikeouts in 5 2/3 shutout innings in this game. So they're the MVPs right now, along with Lowry, who tied it in the 9th inning with 2 outs. This is Billy Butler. Butler is hitting in the 9th spot, and that 9th spot for the A's is now it's the DH spot. I guess it's the pitcher spot, really. It's not the DH spot. DH is gone. So what happens is when you get to this spot, you're going to have to use a pinch hitter every time, basically. So that's why Butler is in there now. 2-0 pitch. Skied on the infield, and Butler got a 2-0 pitch to hit and missed it. So that's out number 1. So with Butler being used, Coco Crisp is used. So it's Smolinski and Landorf left for the A's.
With Butler, that's just one of those cases you just get a little bit too big. Try to do a little bit too much and you just overswing. But he got a good pitch, just popped it straight up.
Top of the order in Burns. Burns hooks one foul into the first row and back out onto the field.
Well, let's see, here we go with Springer in right center again.
Yep.
All that room down the right field line. If Burns is able to get a ball anywhere down that line to right field, he'll be standing on third base.
Did he go? Yes, he did. Tried to hold up, kind of a half swing.
Well, it's breaking ball down, and when somebody's throwing 96, 97 like Giles is, it's hard to lay off that pitch. Burns wasn't able to do it.
So into the dirt. Got a piece of the home plate umpire, Mark Wegner.
Well, that was Giles' version of the quick pitch, kind of not coming set, just kind of gets set on the rubber and goes, and just spiked about a 53-footer.
And Burns again lines into the glove of Valbuena, and that is the exact same thing, and just about the exact same spot that happened in the 9th inning.
It's really not that easy to do. And somehow Burns has done it twice now in 2 consecutive at-bats. You can see how far Valbuena's playing off that bag, and each time he just kind of took a step or so to his right and made the catch.
Well, that happened in the 9th inning, and then Lowry hit a home run. And Lowry steps in right now. First pitch is a fastball a bit high. This is what happened with 2 outs. A's down by a run in the top of the 9th inning.
Gregerson just misses his location with that breaking ball, and Lowry able to tie it up.
It was the first home run of the year for Lowry. His first home run since September 13th of last year. And he shoots this one toward left center field. Rasmus can't get it. It's off the wall. Rasmus picks it up quickly, fires back into second, and Lowry's out. Unbelievable. Rasmus made a great effort, and then he got up and the ball bounced right back to him, and he fired to second. And they got Lowry, and they're checking it in the A's dugout. But let's take a look ourselves. Did he come off the bag? He never got to the bag. Altuve's foot blocked him. He never got there, and he was indeed out. So that's how the top of the 11th comes to an end. So bottom of the 11th coming up. We're tied at 5. And Colby Rasmus bobblehead day. That was an unbelievable play, Mark.
It really was. Not only does Colby Rasmus have 2 doubles on the day, but you can see Lowry drive this ball the opposite field. It gets past him. And watch, he plays it bare hands it, spins, throws on the line. And Altuve wasn't even really ready or in position to make a tag. He just turned not knowing where Lowry was. And you could tell his foot accidentally got right in front of Lowry to stop him from getting to the bag.
Yeah, I don't think he put his foot there on purpose.
No, he didn't. He just turned to see where the runner was. And you can see he even had the ball in his throwing hand and not in his glove at first to go make that tag. And then he puts the ball in the glove to make the like, it couldn't have worked any better for the Astros.
Wow. It almost looked like Altuve turned around and
he was surprised
looking
to see
for
him.
the runner. Where's
yes.
And then he realized that the runner was right there. So Fernando Rodriguez comes in, 6th pitcher for the A's. Rodriguez with a 2.20 ERA. Rodriguez pitched in last night's game. He threw 12 pitches in 1 inning of work. Valbuena is 1 for 4, single, and he has struck out 3 times. Taps this one to Lowry. Short right field, throws him out. The 1 away here in the bottom of the 11th. The Tigers beat the White Sox 7-4 in Detroit, and Chris Sale did not become a 10-game winner. In fact, he took the loss. Mike Pelfrey got his first win for Detroit. Tigers scored 2 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th, 3 in the 8th. Come from behind. Red Sox beat the Blue Jays 6-4. Toronto's hot. They've won 5 in a row. They're creeping up on the Red Sox and the Orioles. Another ground ball and another out. 2 away. Marwin Gonzalez is retired, and here's Castro.
Kind of can't say it enough about this Oakland bullpen today. Rodriguez now comes in, two quick ground ball outs. They've come in, thrown strikes, gotten quick outs, gotten strikeouts when they needed them.
Outside. Actually said that score wrong. The Red Sox beat the Blue Jays 6-4. I said the Blue Jays won that game, so I stand corrected. Boston won, and that breaks the Blue Jays 4-game winning streak. Don't want to take a win away from the both sides. That's Scott Feldman, the veteran, pitching out of the bullpen now for the Astros. The pitchers not used so far for the A's: Zabzinski, Madsen, and Wendelken. And there they are. Castro is 0 for 4. That one right at the knees, and it's 2-2. Castro, I think he wants that one back to take a swing at.
Yeah, he's had a little bit of a rough day.
Yeah.
Not his normal self, as you said. He's out sick for the last few days. Might have wished he had another sick day.
Not close. So 3-2 the count to Castro. If he were to get on, Marisnik with it. Castro does have decent power, though, so you have to be careful. He's got 4 home runs. And the pitch is outside with a fastball, so a 2-out base runner. And 5 walks issued by A's pitchers so far today. So Marisnick will step in. He is 0 for 3 with a sacrifice fly. Outfield playing very deep, shaded toward right. Marisnick bunts it back to the screen. Obviously, with 2 outs, bunt for a hit, but I'm not sure that's.
I'm not exactly sure where he was trying to go with that. It's not like there was a shift or anything to that where you could try and beat it. The only thing he could maybe have done was tried to bunt it hard towards second base, but.
Yeah, that's what those speed guys do. 1-1 the count. Springer would hit next if Marisnick were to somehow get aboard. 5-11-0 for the A's, 5-8-0 for the Astros. Popped up near the Astros dugout, and it's into the first row. First row for that gentleman who makes the play. Been sitting there all day with his glove, starting to wonder if today was the day. And he finds out that today is the day.
He must get enough of these because he doesn't seem all that thrilled.
Watch out for the little ones next to him. Swing and a miss, struck him out a high fastball, and the Astros continue to swing at the high hard ones and come up empty. So another strikeout for A's pitchers, and we are headed to the 12th.
Scott Feldman into the game for the Astros. Working out of the bullpen for the Stros. Used to be a starter. He'll be the one to possibly, if this game continues longer, he'll be in here for a while. Give them a few innings.
So Feldman will face Vogt, Valencia, and Davis here in the top of the 12th. Stephen Vogt is 1 for 5. Giles gives the Astros a couple innings. Vogt thinks about bunting, and it's a bit outside. Fastball fouled straight back.
You saw Vogt square around on that first one. It brought Valbuena all the way from a deep shortstop, now kind of playing in between short and third. But it brought him all the way in. And he was kind of chirping with Wash a little bit, and they were laughing. But you know what? It moved him. So
1-1 pitch. Rolled past Feldman, but right to Correa. And he fires to first, 1 on. So 6-3 is the putout. Mr. Shift was on. 1 away here in the 12th. So Vogt now 1 for 6 on the afternoon. And here's Valencia. Another crowd this afternoon, 37,223, as we have shifted from afternoon to the evening. So it's a little bit after 7 here Houston time. He was good till about the 10th, and then he started to fail. Danny Valencia be a hero. He's got a homer today. Did it in the 6th inning. Did he go? No. Valencia also has walked. He has singled. He's 2 for 4. Scored a couple of runs today. Pulled off that one a little bit.
Well, he got a hanger early in the game and did not miss it. You can see that one just up in the zone, stays back, drives it out to left field. McHugh not very happy about it.
Seemed like a long time ago that happened.
It was a long time ago.
1-2, and he did not go. Mark Wegner, the home plate umpire, took care of it himself. Umpires hanging in there as well. It's never easy for the home plate umpire when the game goes into extra innings. Strike 3 called, and I think Valencia was looking for a breaking ball. He was sort of leaning out there a little bit, and it ended up being a fastball.
He got caught looking for something different. He'd got 3 or 4 straight breaking balls from Feldman, and you could tell he must not have been picked. The swings he took, he was not picking up the breaking ball, and the minute he started looking for it, he got the heater. It was a fastball away, came right back over the middle of the plate. He wasn't ready for it.
So now it's up to Chris Davis to see if he can get a hold of one. Davis swings and misses. Davis is 1 for 5. He singled and scored in the 2nd. He has struck out 3 times, and he has hit a fly ball to center field. So with Feldman now on the mound, the Astros have 2 pitchers left in their bullpen. Davinsky, who threw last night, and Pat Neshek. And that hit Davis, and he will take his base. So the A's get a 2-out base run. Davis is walking back toward the dugout. He may be a little concerned. Where did it looked like it hit him on the elbow.
Yeah, but I think his hand, you could tell when he was walking back, his fingers were bent, so it almost makes you wonder if it caught a nerve or something, and he can't feel anything.
On the A's bench, Smolinski and Ladendorf. He's going to stay in the game, so maybe a little bit of that feeling is coming back.
You can see his fingers. He can't move his fingers right there.
That has to be a very strange sensation. But it did look like it hit him right on the elbow. So he is aboard, and here's Alonso. Alonso goes after a breaking ball, rolls it foul. 2 for 4 for Yonder Alonso, 2 singles and a walk. Davis with a pretty good lead at first. Matson is ready to go if called upon. He's been up a couple times in this game. Now Feldman is ready. And a little flare that's going to fall. Davis will go to second and stop there. And Yonder Alonso has 3 hits, so a 2-out rally for the A's here in the 12th.
Well, a fastball up from Feldman, and Alonso just does enough. Puts a good swing on it, drives it out to center field. Didn't get all that much of it, but when the ball's up in the zone, that's what a hitter's able to do. You're able to fight it off, find himself a way to get a base hit. The A's have someone in scoring position.
And that someone is Davis. And here's Marcus Semien. 3 for 8 with a home run in his career off Feldman. Today, 1 for 5. The first pitch is on the corner, first strike. So with Feldman in the bullpen now, but there's always been a starter. He can go for a while if the game were to continue on. So the Astros are probably okay with that. Curveball down and away to Marcus Semien.
Yeah, you would have to think he could easily give them 3 or 4 innings if it were to go that long.
Semien's hit in this game was in the 8th inning. A little bit outside. Feldman, he's a little bit of a dart throw. He's got a big overhand curve. He's not going to overpower you. Never really has.
No, just sinker sliders. Mixes in that curveball. Just tries to move it off each corner of the plate.
Curve, and it's popped up. Well, he hung it, and Semien just missed it. And Springer grabs it, side retired. And the A's strand a pair. Bottom of the 12th coming up, and it'll be the top of the order for the Stros. Central tonight. It's brought to you by Hyundai, and it's coming up at 10:30, and it's over on CSN Bay Area. We'll have all the baseball highlights, including the highlights from this A's Astros game. Get you ready for Stanley Cup Game 3 coverage, and we'll get you ready for tomorrow's Game 2 preview of the NBA Finals. Kelly Johnson, Fallon Smith will host. We've reached the bottom of the 12th inning, and Ryan Madson comes in. It's pitcher number 7 for the A's.
Well, the A's are going to test that bullpen with the way the starters last couple days. Rich Hill missing his start. Sonny Gray's probably going to be limited tomorrow. I know there's off days, but these guys are being pushed right now, and I wouldn't be shocked to see Madson in for at least probably 2 innings.
Smolinski is now in the game in left field. That's for Chris Davis. Well, if you kind of think about it, if you look at the whole situation, Mark, Madson in the game, it's tied, but first of all, it's clearly the Astros' 3 best hitters. Springer, Altuve, Correa. And there's a shot right field, headed for the corner. Springer's fast. He rounds the bag at first, and he'll ease into second with a leadoff double. Well, that's how the 12th starts.
Well, and as I've talked about, the Astros hitters have not been waiting around. They come out swinging. And here's another example. Ball down and away. Gets it down into the corner. And to be honest, Coghlan does a good job keeping it in front of him. If that were to rattle around down there, Springer's going to be standing on third. So Madson has his work cut out for him here.
So here's Altuve. Corner infielders come in. Altuve shows bunt, and he does bunt. Madson picks it up, throws to first in time. So Altuve with the sacrifice. And now the winning run is at third with 1 out.
Well, on a perfect bunt from Altuve, you want to hit it, get it, bunt it to the third base side. You want the third baseman or the pitcher to field it. That way, you don't want to bunt it to first base, because then Valencia can get back and maybe there could be a play there. So you want to bunt it to the third base side. Madson fields it, makes a good throw.
So it's going to be a little strategy time here for Bob Melvin and the A's. But getting back to Madson being in the game, so you have their 3 best hitters coming up in the inning. You say, well, what about leaving Rodriguez out there another inning? Well, he pitched last night as well. And you don't want Zebjinski, a left-hander, facing 3 right-handed hitters. And the only other guy you have out there is Wendell King.
Which, so that's not a spot. This isn't a spot for him.
Exactly.
You know, when guys pitch that night before, that's the whole juggling of the bullpen. You know, there's certain guys you can extend on certain days and certain guys you can't.
Infield in. Here's Correa. First pitch is lined, and that's the ball game. Fair ball down the right field line on the first pitch that Carlos Correa sees, and it brings home George Springer, and that is the ball game here from Minute Maid. So the A's tied it in the 9th, but they're on the wrong end of a walk-off, which is no fun at all. So he did not wait around Correa, and the infield was in, and he lined it down the right field line.
Yeah, he's trying to go inside. It comes back over the middle of the plate, and you can see Correa just smokes it right down that first base line. There's really nothing anybody can do. And that's a tough game.
So it took 4 hours and 7 minutes. The crowd this afternoon, 37,223. And it also took 12 innings, and that was the game winner right there off the bat of the young star, Carlos Correa. So, Astros have won the first 2 games of the series. The final score this afternoon in 12 innings. It's the Houston Astros 6 and the Oakland Athletics 5. You've been watching A's Baseball on CSN California. It's part of the NBC Sports Group. Don't go away. A's Postgame Live with Mindy and Shooty starts right now.